morning, everyone. Welcome on in. Today we're having a nice, quiet, little YouTube exclusive stream this morning. It's gonna be very, it's gonna be low energy until the weekend. But we're still gonna have a smashing time. Hopefully. Today it is the originally I was gonna do Twitch and YouTube today, but my brain only really has the capacity for to focus on one chat today, due to me having a bit of a stinging headache. So we're doing the YouTube exclusive, you lucky duckies, and we're gonna be checking out the new event in Love and Deepspace today. I heard we get to make a little chibi mini-me, so I'm excited to take a look at that today. And everyone says the new minigame is really good. Everyone was pretty happy that they were bringing it back, so I'm looking forward to playing that too. I don't know how it's going to play on the emulator. It's probably going to be like the previous event where it's really fun on the iPad, but just utter chaos on the emulator, but we'll see. We'll see. I also pinned, for anyone who also plays, the gift code to the top of chat. It was shared on the sort of Asia server news places, but as far as I'm aware, that code also works if you're on the EU or the NA server. You can get some diamonds. I think there was a bit of gold, some upgrade materials too. And it's valid until the 31st, so make sure you plop that in before it runs out. Oh, it worked for Ellie, and Ellie's on the EU server, so yeah, as far as we're aware, it is global. Nice. We got Alec, Core, Ellie in chat, Gilby. Welcome on in. I know Rooksy's watching from the I think it was the Apple TV today as well. Hi, Roxy. Yeah, they're very chill, these streams. Yeah, we might do a little bit of the main story if we have time. I recorded all the Timelock stuff so we can take a look at that in its completion as well. And after the crazy lore dump we had last week, the Timelock was really no different. A lot of things confirmed that we already suspected. Yeah. Hopefully everyone's recovered. I know it was pretty wild ride last week, wasn't it? Oh goodness. Heavy breathing shenanigans. Maybe not today. So ironically, there is a spicy card that got released this week for Ellie's man in the game. Yeah. Most of them are kind of cutesy, or like heavy in lore. Every once in a while you get a bit of a spicy one. There is a spicy one event right now. But I'm not pulling for that because I am saving up for the upcoming multis and then Sylus, Raph, and Caleb stuff, so I have to give this one a skip. But I'm very looking forward to seeing Ellie's reaction to seeing the full thing. I suspect Ellie may be pulling for that. But I'm very tempted to... I kind of want the sleepyhead hat and the pose. You need 50 pulls for that. Zayne just shamed you about staying up late. You know, before, when I was getting ready for stream,
I'm actually a princess of House Nightstar, and I'm married to a Taras named Jonathan.
Thank you so much
for
like the Kofi tip. I really appreciate it. Also, I saw your message this morning. Congrats. Thank you so much for getting us started. Getting us about halfway there. Thank you so much. Securing kitty cat treat chaos time for today's stream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get a little bit of munchkin hype for Cap to there. Thank you. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so yeah, when I logged in this morning, I was getting everything set up. Sylus was telling me to go to bed. must mean my sleeping schedule probably this week has been pretty bad because I've not been well. I've been sleeping at really weird times. It's 6 a.m. What are you doing awake? Zayne does that to you too, and it was like 10. You see, now that's a normal, regular time to go to bed, I feel. I imagine there's probably not many people streaming this right now. It's the same, like, on Twitch, you really only see a big boost for this game when, like, there's a main event branch, but usually, like, around the time it pops for EU and US. We get stuff a little earlier, so you get to see it first, with me. We get it a couple hours ahead. I'm in Korea. Oh. It's very big on TikTok, this game, though. Very big on TikTok. Capture doing a little bow. Oh. I did take Tylenol before stream, so I'm hoping that I kind of feel like I'm at a metal concert without being at a metal concert, you know? Which is kind of like the worst, because it's it feels like I've got the headbanging, but without the fun, you know? That's where my brain's at the moment. I'm just at a really bad metal concert. So hopefully it's just gonna subside. Just, yeah, so we... hopefully it'll be gone by the time Expedition 33 on Friday, because, yeah, I wouldn't be able to parry like this. Thanks, Allie. Oh, been getting him a lot the past couple of weeks. I don't know why. That is technically what Tylenol is, right? Yeah. I love it when I state that I have a migraine and people are like, have you drank enough? You drank enough water. Have you tried? Because you get them chronically. And, yeah, those things don't work when it's chronic. Did you take vitamins? Did you get fresh air? Yeah, so while you can get headaches from dehydration, the kind of migraines Ellie get, it doesn't matter if you do all those things. You can still get them. Oh, Ellie. Thanks for the new thing. Hi, Jason. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome. How's it going today? You good? we need all the energy today. Yeah. Sorry. So I apologize if I speak too quietly today. Please let me know. There's a certain volume right now where if I go over it, I feel like I'm making my own headache work with my own voice. So I'm trying to keep it at a nice level where it doesn't irritate it, but I'm still audible. Yeah. So just let me know if I get too quiet. I'll do my best to adjust. So it's gonna be, yeah, super chill today. Just hanging out, having a natter. We're gonna be making our little in-game chibi as well. Everyone says the new minigame is fun. Hopefully it doesn't require much brain power. The only ASMR I accept is from Xavier, sorry. He does have a very gentle voice, doesn't he? Yeah. Because he's so tired all the time, bless him. But, you know, his lore is... It's somewhat heartbreaking when you think about it, because that man is... I believe he's slowly dying, isn't he? Because he doesn't belong in this time period. He's a bit of a... because he's a traveler, and it's why he gets sick a lot. Bless him. So I feel like, yeah, we're in for some angst with the future main story with him. He just talk like it's like a whisper, but it's like yeah. I'm sure there's an ASMR term for it, yeah. Where it's like a whisper, but not a whisper. Not quite inaudible, because you can tell what he's saying still. Hey, Redacted, how are you? There's an old line about the next spring being his last. Oh! Oh, no! And you have a feeling that'll be changed? Maybe we can do something to help him. It's... They're all just suffering daily, aren't they? Bless them. I mean, like, poor Caleb's getting blown up in half his card. This year's, yeah. Yeah, time works a bit funky in this game, doesn't it? The MC is all capable. She'll save him with superpowers, right? I mean, when you think about it, technically she saved Sylus by, cursing his soul to her. He was able to be reborn. So I'm sure we can come up with something for Xavier as well. Yeah. I'm very excited to dive into all that later with the Timelock event. Which was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Anytime you see an explosion in game, you're like, Caleb, what did you do? It's like, can we have one card where he doesn't explode? One, that's all I ask. Just one will do, thanks. Oh. Ooh, sauna time. So the new event's called Wild Wander. It looks like we can get some gold XP pots from it as well. There's also a lot of suggestions. We might be getting a new Raphael myth soon, as both of his myths are currently in the Chaos game, and that tends to happen when something's on the horizon. Plus we got the double drop another sign, so hopefully we're gonna have a Raphnith event soon. Okay, should we dive into the event and take a look? It'd be very fitting for him, wouldn't it? And they have been doing that underwater mocap. Maybe it was building towards something. Which I still think is just insane. It's the first time I'd heard about a game doing underwater mocap. I think it was for his birthday card. Alright. Let's see what Wild Wander's all about then. And get some good materials today. Where are we? Oh, here we go. Compass power bank, portable fan. I checked each item with the shopping list on my phone before adding them to my cart. The Hunters Association will host an outdoor team building event soon, and for some reason Xavier and I ended up with the task of buying supplies. So for those of you who don't know or forgot, Xavier is her official partner in the Hunters Association. Nearby, Xavier's cart is already overflowing with all sorts of snacks. I should have let him handle the outdoor equipment.
Hi, miss. You must be an avid outdoor enthusiast.
Hey, Jesse.
After all, you bought all this outdoorsy stuff.
Actually, these supplies are for... The floating otter in front of me seems to be running an automated program. It ignores my explanation and gives me a sales pitch instead. Future AI for you there.
How does a durable waterproof tent sound? Do you need lightweight non-slip trekking poles? Or are you looking for a high-capacity power bank? Participate in the Outdoor Sports Club's annual flash sale! Complete our Finders Collectors checklist, and you'll get everything in your shopping cart for free!
I mean, it doesn't sound too bad. But can you just imagine in the future, there's all these like little sales bots just following you around the supermarket that you have to try and evade? Like you're just looking at some cookies and they just come up from behind you like, have you heard about our buy one get one free offer?
Our
I hate it.
also applies to outdoor supplies.
Oh, not Xavier's snacks though. But these are considered work expenses. They've technically been paid for already.
Then you must be an outdoor sports enthusiast, enjoying tests of speed and passion. You're interested in excitement and thrills or teamwork and rapport.
I really just came to do some shopping. Is there a sale on piñatas? I have a stick. People use the term depression and migraine so much more than what it clinically qualifies as. I mean, it can cause headaches and migraines, yeah, unfortunately. Ready to escape from the chatty otter, I wave my hand dismissively and turn around.
Only partners who are perfect for each other can succeed in our event. It's a shame you don't have one.
This is like when Withers gets on at you for not having a bosom companion. Xavier, pushing a cart overflowing with snacks, waves at me, then walks over. Says who? Oh. Oh, they're really cute. Welcome to the supermarket challenge. Collect all the specified items within the time limit to complete the challenge. Complete challenges to earn supermarket points. When you've accumulated enough, you can redeem special prizes from the supermarket. The cap on points you can earn will gradually increase over time. That's just to stop us from smashing them out in one day, basically. We can change the look over here. And what rewards have we got? Ooh, okay, chocos. Some stamina. Choco stamina. Ooh. Oh, cute little chat icon. Ooh, lots of stamina. 400. Oh, the flower hat and then chocos. Wait, how many chocos is that? A lot of chocos. Ooh, okay. Nice. I just spent all mine, so that's perfect. Okay, shall we? Ooh, cute. Okay. Oh, yay! Okay, I was like, can we give her the hair? That I can get something similar, I think. Oh, it's really cute. Can I give her blue hair? I can give her blue hair! Yay! Maybe that one. Ooh. Oh no. No, that one's closer, I think. Oh, look at all the hairstyles. They're so cute! So I'm glad that we can get them away from the default style. We can have them kind of match. Or photo mode one. Contact. Oh. I think I gave mine blue. Huh? I think that's fine. Oh, we can have heterochromia as well. That's good. I think she looks similar now to my actual MC. Yeah, so usually when there's like a new banner, which is like the Gacha pull card, you get like a little event with it too. And you can earn materials and currency and things like that. So cute. That's the little Xavier. There's his little bun plushie. Alright. So the goal... What do we have to do for the goal? Oh, okay, what's happening? Okay, collect items together with him. Okay. Then we got cards. Swap items on a chosen shelf. Organizing. Have the manager reorganize all the shelves. Packing. Receive random items pre-packed by the manager. And we need... Okay, whatever those are. Whenever I do one of the events for the first time, it's always chaos, especially when it's on the emulator. So let's see how this goes. We've got 90 seconds. It's like supermarket sweep. Collect the required items within the time limit to clear the stage. Gather all items for bonus points. Okay. Hey RM, how are you? Hope you're well. Welcome. They do make plushies. They actually just released new official merch, and they have like a plushie of all the guys. And they're super cute. And they make little plushies of like their little mascots too. So there's like a bunny for Xavier. There's the grumpy crow for Sylus. They're really cute. The items you need are already on the shelf. Match 3 identical items. Oh, they have to be on the same shelf. Okay. Drag the items to move them to empty slots on other shelves. If we need help, we can ask the manager. Okay. Can I just... Oh, okay, we can just do that. Alright, that's actually a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. What is this? Because we don't have that. How? Oh, we have to make it appear. Okay. By just clearing it, I think. Yeah. There's nothing. Okay. Do I have to... Oh, okay. I see. Oh, that must be showing me what's gonna come next. Croissants and then cup. Okay, we need that. I think we're doing alright. Okay. Oh, we cleared it completely. Okay. Okay, it was easier than I thought it was gonna be. I was thinking we could only move them, like, to, like, the next shelf. But we can just move them anywhere. A single shelf appeared. These shelves only have one item per layer. Once all items are collected from a single shelf, it becomes locked until the end of the challenge. Oh, okay. Ooh, go over there. Okay, we actually do have 3 ducks. So let's get ducks out of the way. No panic. Okay. We need to get some. Okay. Oh no, we don't have that. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, this one. I feel like I already fudged this one. Kinda. I know. Oh, right. Yeah. Thank you. Let it be know, like, you know we can get that, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. We need those 2. Oh, there's a little alien thing. Oh, we need that. Let's get rid of the croissant. Oh, we still need the hairdryer. I can't see where it is, though. Where's the hairdryer? Where's the other hairdryer? Oh, no. No. Where's the hairdryer? I can't find it. Okay. We gotta find. Oh, now there's 3 already there. It must have been a couple of shelves down. Maybe we just got really unlucky there. We need a pen. Oh, the pen hasn't even shown up yet. Can we match anything? Oh, we can. Oh, the pen's there. Okay, oh, and then the goose there, too. Where's the... Could be one more pen somewhere. Okay, thank you. It's like, you appear to be struggling a little. Oh, the pen's there. Boom. Alright. Dope. No, oh, we still need that car thingy. I only see 1 for those so far. Okay, 2. Oh, we gotta find it quickly. Oh my goodness, where is it? Oh, it's gotta be back here, maybe. No? Oh, it's there. I think we got everything this time. Slowly, slowly, slowly. I think we can do it. Okay. Alright, we got everything that time. We can still get some more points, so we have to keep playing this round. Oh, I'm not ready. Move. Okay, we can get the cross on. We can get these. We can do those. Yeah, we can do that. I think after this we'll have enough points. Oh, we need that alien. I think, yeah, we need the cars as well, don't we? Oh, there we go, there's the cars. Ooh, we gotta go a bit faster. Nope, that's not alright. Yeah, we need the hair dryer. I'm going as fast as I can. Nope. We're so close to putting that last coat on. We still didn't. Okay, we still don't have max point. Let's aim for clearing it next time. Kay's concentrating harder on crushing this minigame than powering bosses in Expedition 33. It's surprisingly a lot harder on the emulator than it is on the iPad, these minigames. It's serious supermarket business, this. You know, the whole trip will just be gone to waste if we don't get the right supplies. I haven't used these yet, I probably should. I completely forgot they existed. We've been playing it hard mode. For absolutely no reason. Okay. We're gonna have to move some things. Milk. Oh, we can do the cups. Alright, that's the milk. Oh, there it is. Boom. Oh, probably need those cards more later. I'm guessing we're gonna get to a point in this minigame in the later levels where you can't move anything, so you have to use these. And it's just gonna be a big old mess. Oh, we have like 32 seconds left that time. It's only life and death, it's life and deep space. Serious business, this shopping. Yeah, they've got like a speed map, but it doesn't unlock until 4 days. Okay. You get some chocos and some stamina today, not too shabby. I don't think, is that locked now, or? But it was gonna be locked for a few days. How many stages are there? Oh, 5 and then speed match, okay. And then we can... And 4 chapters to unlock. Oh, okay, it's kind of a short event. That was cute, though. I discovered something when I got home. Why is the back of my clothes covered in star-shaped stickers? She put star-shaped stickers all over his outfit, Ellie. When he wasn't looking. Probably when he was sleeping. That was the minigame I was playing. You finally noticed. We won so many prizes at the supermarket, I thought I'd put them to good use. But they don't look like ordinary stickers. They're star reflective stickers. They're common for outdoor activities and can act as markers at the night. She's made them glow in the dark. I test them to see how they'll work. It feels like they're competing with the stars to see which shines brighter, but there's so many of them against me. I guess it means I'll still win. I think these reflective star stickers are perfect for staying safe at night. Shouldn't we get more during the next event? She just wants to put stickers on him. Oh, okay, we can give him... Was that anyone? Which... Oh, I think it's just something I unlocked earlier. Okay. Ooh! There was something in the bookmark. Oh! Help outdoor gear overstocked. The first rays of the morning sunlight spill across the mountain ridge. Dewdrops dance on blades of grass and distant mountains merge with the sky. They are calling you to challenge the unknown wilderness. If you've ever run, hiked, or camped in nature's embrace and felt that sense of freedom and heart-racing excitement, then you'll understand that outdoor activities aren't merely a test of stamina, but a moment of connection with your true self. To help more people experience this power and beauty, the Outdoor Sports Club has partnered with the supermarket to launch the annual flash sale. We've not only prepared a wide range of sports equipment, but also brought special lifestyle products such as pen shaped like hiking poles and that transport you back to the mountains with every stroke, and tent-shaped calendars where each new page represents another date with nature as you begin your day. Head out to the outdoor sports section of the supermarket and take on the Fast and Furious challenge, thrilling with excitement and teamwork. Only partners with the absolute best rapport will rise above, and the rest will win mysterious grand prizes. someone explain how we're supposed to go fast and furious in a supermarket. Let me see who'll be showing up in the supermarket this time. The Twinkle Teeth Fun Officer. Wasteland Wolf. Strongly suggest adding a solo challenge mode. This is really unfriendly to people without partners. Can someone please do something about this clickbait? My comments are always a hoot. Jeremiah update today. I looked at 8 different windbreakers. Meanwhile, the staff said this one can show off your couple style. That one too. You're buying a windbreaker. So Jeremiah is also involved in this too? Holding a zoning out contest. They have that here! There's actually an annual zoning out contest. In Korea. That's the thing. You'd be perfect for it. Me wondering if MC put them in the shape of a constellation. Knowing her, she probably did. Okay, we're gonna have a look at the time lock now. I recorded it before it ended, so I just gotta pull out the recording for this particular one so we can take a look. I think hopefully it'll still fit in the box. It's gonna fit in the box. Good. So it actually ended a few days ago, but I recorded it all so we could take a look at it together. Complete. Sylus in a zoning out contest. Red eyes starts to glow. I mean, he'd probably win by just freaking all the other contestants out, to be fair. Okay. So I think we're gonna take a look at Sylus first. This all links to the main story we were checking out last week. Ruins groan in the wind and screams tear through the silence. A long journey reaches a new destination. He arrives at the most inopportune moment. Buildings collapse and order crumbles, yet this brings him newfound pleasure. Interesting. This is when, his words sink into the dust as his figure vanishes into the darkness. An entirely new beginning awaits them. I'm assuming this is when he arrived in Lincoln in the N109 zone, perhaps, after sort of locking in on where she was. A zoning out contest, I'd. And this is definitely like that moment where he found her, and then she sees that big red eye. So if you remember in the story, when there were 2 moments where she kind of saw like a red moon and a red eye. And the first time was when we got that flashback to her childhood. She saw, like, I think it was a red moon when the Wanderers were attacking. And we're pretty sure now that that was Sylus. Like, the color kind of gave it away, I feel. But, yeah, it was him kind of trying to find her. And then later we see the big eye in the sky as well. The big red eye. And I believe that was also him, too. Kind of keeping an eye on her. But because he's going through sort of space and time at this point, when she sees it, it's not necessarily the same time period when he's doing it, if that makes sense. I think he's sort of found her from the future, if that makes sense. Yeah, because where they're from is not from this planet at all, originally. She was brought to this planet by the Gaia Research Center when they pulled her in after getting that energy fluctuation. Before, she was with baby Sylus in the Hunger Games arena. Hey me, how are you? I hope you're well. Welcome. Silence replaces fury, which unfolds into an eerily calm reunion. The once unruly enemy from his memories now has clipped wings. With all vulnerabilities exposed, she's curled up before him. So part of their story arc is that they're arch nemesises as well. But instead of trying to destroy each other every time they fight against it. In the myth life and in the current life too. So she's the unruly enemy with clipped wings. You've been seeing a lot of Love and Deepspace stuff, mostly memes, but nothing from the actual game. Yes, I was saying, funnily enough, over stream when we were talking about Stellar Blade, that I feel like this game suffers from something similar, where a lot of the stuff that goes viral about it isn't necessarily the best representation of it. It's usually like the spicy stuff, or the heavily memey stuff, you know, like in Stellar Blade, it's her going down the ladder with the jiggly physics. In Love and Deepspace, it's usually like the spicy cards without context whatsoever. Which can look a little crazy. But surprisingly, those scenes, they all have a story behind them. And when you see the context, you're like, oh, it all makes a lot more sense. And you realize it's not just spice for the sake of spice. Or the period tracker was so weird because every woman I know is like, that's a fantastic idea. So I'm not sure why a group of men on the internet thought that was something that they had a weird say in. I don't know. You know, it's why do they care? Why? It's really, you know, it's not something they're gonna use. So why do they care? For women, though, period tracker in a game that you're playing, like that you're picking up daily, it's a fantastic idea. There's a cute cat near your name. That means you have a membership to the channel. That's what that badge is. I feel like for some it very well, you know, could have been that, like, maybe their girlfriend was playing the game, she realized after playing it, hey, my boyfriend's a bit of a douche nozzle, and now they're not together. You know, kind of the same thing happened with Astarion in Baldur's Gate. There were people who, like, left their marriages after playing Baldur's Gate because they realized, you know what, I'm in a bad relationship, and I deserve better, and they left. That actually happened. There was a whole story about that on the news, yeah. How the whole Astarion story arc, the trauma he goes through, and the abuse made them realize they were being treated bad. Like, they had a Cazador in their life that they needed to get away from. You know, fiction is powerful in that regard, and I feel like because the guys in this treat you so well, it could have a similar effect for someone maybe who's in a really bad spot, yeah. Where they're like, oh wait, I'm not supposed to get treated like shit every day? Huh. You know, and then it just slowly starts to click. Because for some people, they need a little nudge before they can realize they're in a situation like that. So yeah, it could have been partly that. But yeah, personally, I think the period tracker is a great idea. And everyone should have one who it has a period, because you know, it's not something you want to catch you by surprise at. I've been testing out for a couple of months, and it's pretty darn accurate so far. I think they did a good job with it. They did their research. This slaughter has been rehearsed countless times. He raises his arm with great precision. Bang. So this will probably be when she was in the Gaia research lab, and do you remember they said at the beginning they couldn't stabilize her? She kept basically decomposing, deteriorating, dying over and over again. He was aware of that. Their souls are linked. It's very possible he could have felt that as well. You know, just to add to the angst and trauma of it all. So yeah, he knows exactly what they did. Once the deafening sound fades, he retreats and goes back the same way he came. Behind him, the pod imprisoning the girl slowly opens and offers an escape route. The past remains unsettled as the curtain quietly rises on a new entanglement. So, it also was revealed in the main story that he was the one who initially freed her as well, and then made the deal with Dimitri. So this is that moment where he frees her from the pod. But he disappears after, because she needs time to grow, because now they're in different times of their life. You know, he grew up, but she didn't, because she got pulled into so every time she dies, basically, it seems like she's somewhat reborn. So everything resets. Oh, I don't know. Is that... I just hope, you know, you're being safe and healthy, Alex. Hey, Vance, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Welcome. This kind of looks like he went back to the arena when he was older. The crowd erupts into revelry and celebrates the arrival of another death. And there's baby Sylus in the arena. He gazes at the battlefield where the slaughter is about to unfold. Fragments that should have been forgotten suddenly surface. In the gladiatorial cage, they stood face to face. Their vows resonate with sincerity. We'll escape this place together. Yes, we will. And we saw that in the main story, that part. But fate always works against humanity. It witnessed their desperate pursuit of light while simultaneously pushing them deeper into darkness. So all we know is that they escape, and then something happens at some point. They get separated. It's assumed perhaps he ends up in Tartarus. She gets pulled onto the planet she is now, by the Gaia Research Center. And once again, they are separated after what seemingly seems like freedom. Does the day go well? So far, so good. Yeah, not too bad. I think this was one of the coolest ones. This one was really good. Sharp edges lurk beneath crimson eyes. They silently corrode everything. Amused, he watches as humanity rises and falls. They race one another to plunge into the abyss of desire, but he is like a fiend strolling leisurely through purgatory. Under the cover of darkness, he slowly approaches throne. A crown woven from schemes and ambition gently falls next to his feet. And if you can see, there are people bowing here. Kind of hard to see, but there's like 4 people bowing at his feet there. And I think this might be when he becomes leader of the N109 zone. Making deals with everybody. And I think seems like most people are in agreement with, in this timeline, he is probably still a dragon, but hiding his horns and wings and tail a little better than before. Because in the myth he couldn't. But there is a lot to suggest that he still is a dragon, because he was, like, eating protocores in the main story. I don't know how MC found out about that, because it's explained in the myth why he eats stuff like that, but in the story, there was, like, it seems to be a gap where I don't think we saw where she found that out. Because when we got to that part in the main story, I was like, whoa. Rewind. Why is she not freaked out by that? That he's just munching on protocores. But she also, we saw, absorbs energy too, though it was less of a conscious thing with her. It was sort of, she did it by accident. And then when she went to meet him, after, traipsing through the sort of battle royale game that was happening in the N109 zone, when he found out she had absorbed the core, he went for a stiff drink immediately. Which kind of suggests that he was also hungry for that power. So it looks very likely that he's still a dragon in this timeline as well. Oh, this is the one that links to Spring Banner quite nicely. Tilling soils and adding fertilizer, maintaining warmth, watering. He holds his breath and a rare instance of anticipation flickers in his eyes. But barren land cannot harbour hope, and a cursed soul was destined to never solve life's riddle. In an instant, withered flowers cover the ground again, and they're surrounded by a deathly silence. They just don't bloom at this time. The whisper dissolves into the wind. So it's him trying to basically plant stuff in the M109 zone, but there's no sunlight, so nothing can really grow. And if you remember the spring story that we played together a couple of weeks ago, they were given, like, the desert, and I mentioned that all the other companions, they had, like, lush, fertile soil to begin with. They all had, like, a lovely field, but Sylus and MC had a desert where nothing could grow. So the first thing they had to do is figure out how to make stuff grow there. And this kind of ties in quite nicely to that, I think. As sad and angsty as it is. And I also think in Nightly Rendezvous, aren't they able to, like, make this flower bloom that he couldn't make bloom when she resonates with him at the beginning? I feel like it might be a nod to that as well. It's like things can only bloom when they're together. But when they're apart, things wither. Yeah, I think it was Nightly Rendezvous, right? Yeah. Yeah, it only works when they resonate. His footsteps startle a flock of birds, and they fly away with a downcast gaze. He withdraws. Mission accepted. So this is when he was like, he passed her in the street. As they brush past each other, his steps falter involuntarily. A cold premonition cuts through his heart as a familiar silhouette disappears into his periphery. So they walk straight past each other. She did not notice him. It's reminiscent of an absurd prank and a coincidence of fate. Perhaps their reunion is closer than it appears. So I reckon at this moment he was probably wondering why she didn't recognize him. But he doesn't really know until Long-Awaited Revelry, after sort of 3 days of trying to resonate with her. Oh, shit, she doesn't remember me. I should probably rein it in a little, because he comes off quite strong at the beginning, and then he reins it in when he realizes she's a little freaked out. Okay, we're on to Zayne's now. What about getting an Alduin testing? Oh, Skyrim now. Alright, we're on to Zayne's now, which I think has the Fractal Library in it as well. Yeah, like that part. The very last one, I think, is the Fractal Library. Jenny doesn't deserve that kind of power, Alex. Now, is that a wanderer or a god he's touching hands with? Sunlight intertwines with shadows falling from above. Everything seems to sway between reality and oblivion. The scene before him collapses into a vortex deep within his gaze as gods look down upon them all. Oh, maybe a god then. Maybe, yeah, it could be, could be both, yeah. We don't really know much about what the Wanderers are, do we? Other than it's technically MC's fault that they're kind of around in the current world. Yeah. It is like the scene with Zayne and the Wanderer. Yeah, and there was the theory that the reason he was being so gentle with it is because it was someone he knew turned into a Wanderer. Upon weaving that first connection with that youth, icy thorns pierce his palm. The girl's figure shatters, and blood crystallizes into amber. Like raging waves finally breaking through the fragile eye. Ever since then, all his dreams were enshrouded in darkness. Is this when he accidentally hurt her when they were younger? Each dawn was a judgment upon him, or is that a random girl? I feel like it's probably MC, right? Because it'd be weird for them to have a random girl in that. It is MC, right? Yeah. So he accidentally zapped her a bit with his power, like he did in the main story towards the end. Yeah. You don't have tattoos, you never will. I like looking at everyone else's tattoos, and because I really appreciate them as an art form, but I'm far too indecisive to get tattoos myself, because I know the next week I'd want something different. Twilight washed away her chaotic memories, and her old wounds sank into an abyss untouched by light and shadow, yet in his heart an impenetrable fog remains. He can neither see anything past it, nor find a way to leave. Their fingertips almost touch, yet they stay suspended. They're ultimately unable to cross that invisible boundary. Using his own hands, he tears open a wound, one with a newly formed scab. Until he finds redemption, he shall willingly imprison himself within this pain. Oh, Zayne! Like a traveller with a lamp, he cannot let the faint light die out before he escapes the darkness. Oh. He's very, internal suffering, isn't he, for to see when something like that happens. Oh. Ripples of light dance across clear waters as a graceful figure moves between them. They're like fireflies slowly drifting through a dark blue expanse. She immerses herself completely, and greedily savors the first bright, beautiful season that she's experienced in years. Yet the path beneath his feet will inevitably stretch towards more distant horizons. Too many unknowns are waiting. They're waiting for him to tread into the mist. A gentle breeze rises and falls. He can only fold an entire summer into a farewell and offer it as a gift to her. Oh. It remains his only embrance, and the lighthouse as he trudges through the desolate cold years ahead. I think it's also why because at the beginning, he comes across as quite numb and a bit of a, I think the term's like an ice princess, you know? Not very emotionally charged, quite monotone in the way that he speaks. Which seemed very purposeful when I was going through the story, and it seems like a lot of what happened in his childhood is partly why. After hesitating for a moment, he finally casts a stone into the barren well between life and death. Black crystals rapidly climb up the veins of his heart. Like tendrils lurking in the abyss, they coldly drain away all the warmth. And that seems to be what happens when Dawnbreaker comes out, doesn't it? The black crystals. Thump thump, the sound echoes from within the crystalline cluster, the heart which bears the deadly temptation and danger. It beats, growing more violently by the second. He clutches the key to reversing life and death, even after seeing such a miracle. Resolved, he closes that door without any regret. The world around him returns to silence as faith remains untarnished. I wonder if those, sort of represent the other versions of himself that he sees, but it also could just be sort of representation of that god as well, I suppose. But he does seem to have a couple of different sides in him. Because, like, during the main story, I was getting the impression he was parts of his story were somewhat inspired by Jekyll and Hyde. Especially with Dawnbreaker, who you have Zayne, who, you know, is a doctor, abides by that code, but then Dawnbreaker, who, you know, definitely doesn't, is very willing to harm a life to do what he thinks is right. And, is a bit of a danger to MC, because he thinks she needs to be destroyed like Dimitri does. But it's like, does Dawnbreaker actually think that, or is it that what was it, Astra talking through him, maybe? Because I feel like that could be also a possibility, that it's all Astra's doing. When you talk, your voice also sounds quite monotone to you. It's not necessarily a bad thing. And yet that alien darkness already took root in his soul. Well, this is probably when he became a doctor, right? I will have the utmost reverence for human life, maintain a sense of something. Hang on. Let me just go back to read it. It went really fast there. Oh, it did go really... Yeah, it went really fast. I'm gonna pause it when it comes up. Why was Dawnbreaker killing? To prevent them from... Yeah, to prevent them from turning into wanderers, yeah, basically. If he considered them to be too far gone, whereas Zayne would try to help them. Dawnbreaker had a different approach, yeah. I will have the utmost reverence for human life, maintain a sense of duty and dignity in practicing medicine, and adhere to good medical standards. The resounding oath is like an invisible cord. It tightly binds his dreams to his responsibilities. His gaze transverses those long years to this sacred moment. It's like breaking dawn that illuminates the night. His naive search ended, and he became a true guardian of life. The mysteries that had troubled him so deeply. Do you think becoming a doctor was a way he felt that he could somewhat atone for the things that had happened? Perhaps had already begun to silently sketch the outline of the truth. And then this has to be the fractal library, right? Pages flutter in the air, the future and the past intertwine, like a serene yet magnificent chant from the dawn of creation. Each page records stories forgotten by time. They find their place in perpetual cycles. Images dance before his eyes, blood surges in his chest. It's as if the rift in the universe opened for just a second. He sees himself walking across the torrent of time. Divine whispers pierce through the eternal silence, and the indispensable guardian finally touches the unspoken covenant. I wish they gave us this music to unlock. Very chill. Oh, I feel like his next story branch is gonna be very angsty, bless him. Perhaps his next myth, too. Yeah, Astra got pissed that Zayne saw into his own fate. It seems like it, yeah. Perhaps realizing it didn't have full control over him. He still was kinda, you know, able to do his own thing. Potentially fight back. Because we were guessing last time that it's Astra who has a problem with MC, right? And it's Astra perhaps who wants to destroy her. and is maybe even trying to use Dawnbreaker to do that, to get to that goal. Alright, I think we do have time today to continue that main story. As well, while we are here, I think we... That's the spicy card. So we can do Caleb's story next week, which is a ride. Caleb's story is, it's something else. You know that sweet boy who was like cooking at Grandma's house and threatening to put Grandma in a retirement home for suggesting a date with Zayne? Yeah, that Caleb. Sweet, to put it mildly. Sweet Caleb, yeah. Oh, we're gonna be shocked, those of you who've not seen it yet. But we've got Prologue of Tomorrow to get through today, which has a branch with Raphael, Xavier, and Zayne. I believe this branch actually... This all came out before Sylus's branch, right? I think that's what Jerry told me. Which is why it only has those 3 in it. So... But canonically, I think, happens after the Sylus stuff. And then what we saw last week happens after the Caleb branch, right? 2 months later, so 2 months after the N109 zone stuff. The dimly... Oh, hang on. There we go. The dimly lit room, silhouettes lurked in the shadows. Holographic screens flicker with images of protocols being sold. Oh, I think the music's still off. Hang on. I gotta put it back on. Oh wait, no. The music should be on, right? Why'd it go quiet all of a sudden? No, it is off. Okay, hang on. I was like, it's quieter than it should be. Let's try that again. In the dimly lit room, silhouettes lurk in the shadows. Holographic screens flicker with images of protocols being sold, each flash is accompanied by a symbol marking their status. In the corner is a man whose pockets are heavy with poker chips. He takes out his phone and inputs an encrypted code with ease. A dark web interface on the screen sputters, and then pops up a series of windows even more mysterious. Ether core clues for the highest bidder. Anyone know about what happened to the no-hunt zone last night? I heard the core of the protofield got wrecked in the N109 zone. Rumours say over 50 wanderers showed up out of thin rare air, almost causing a riot. Maybe the ether core attracted the wanderers. Someone's trying to frame the wanderers, maybe. Don't spread rumours. Saw unknown protocol smugglers near the Silver Screen Hotel. Lead? Investigation report back. A photo appears on the screen. Surrounded by bodyguards, a notorious protocol merchant walks into the hotel.
Welcome to the Silver Screen Hotel.
We work overtime for 2 months dealing with these protocore smugglers. After that, it's vacation time.
Several hidden bugs and cameras fall as Simone deactivates them. She brushes off the dust on her hands and casually tosses the transmitter onto the corner.
After Operation Ether Ordeal secretly started, this is our first mission together? I figured we'd have chances to work together since you are also here, but things have gotten hectic with mission after mission.
Simone used to be in the Unicorn's armament tech. She has the micro-modification evil. And ever since she increased my hunter's firearm firing rate by 2-fold, we've gotten along well. Yeah, Lincoln's been a mess lately. I wonder when things will settle down.
At least it's nothing compared to the N109 zone. I heard you went in all by yourself 2 months ago. You made a mess out of Ani Kindness's protocore auction and left unscathed.
I mean, technically that was Ani Kindness himself. She lowers her voice. Her tone is half teasing, half curious.
You even managed to get your hands on a real ether core, right?
I'll remain nonchalant. The very ether core is resting inside my heart as an energy cluster. So I think originally Sylus probably planned to get that for himself and then gobble it up. But he gave it to her instead. It's a secret. I haven't told anyone, not even the association's president. At a loss for words, I put on a helpless look. It's getting out of hand. At this rate, people will be saying I took down Sylus all by myself and stopped Anakinus from taking over the M109 zone.
Who knows? Aren't you one of the few Anhosin class evolvers we have?
Isn't Sylus's evol also in that class? The Anhausen. They really are the same.
Anyway, the N109 zone whispers about an ether core, and suddenly the groups on the dark web go nuts. I thought the association wouldn't bat an eye, but then Captain Jenna showed up and dragged me into the special operations team.
I vaguely remember reading about it this week. That they were the same class.
It feels like we stumbled into something big, and that rumor being passed around becomes a truth. I always believed the ether core existed. I just never thought there was more than one. If these smugglers have the real deal, that baby's going straight into my railgun.
The elevator keeps climbing as if it's taking us to the rooftop that's directly under the deep space tunnel. For a second, I feel like I'm back under the N109 zone sky.
Allow me to jog your memory. From your past to your future, to even all the crimes you'll inevitably commit. After all, you and me, we're the same.
She misses him. My memories are too fragmented and unclear. Is it because of the ether core? My hand touches my chest, the warmth pulsating like another heartbeat.
Heads up, you two. We hacked the hotel's security system. You've been whitelisted and can come and go as you please.
Andrew, the captain of data analysis, is micromanaging all intel for operations, either ordeal. He's communicating via EP.
Rendezvous in conference room 3909. It'll be showtime in 5 minutes.
A holographic 3D map of the hotel flickers to life before me, modules snapping into place. Simone winks. She's very proud of her latest... I swear, if Simone or our other friend end up being the people who were betraying everyone, I am gonna be sad. Because I like them. Though my money's probably on, you know, the old guy, who I think is like the head of the whole operation, that you see at the very beginning of the game, purely because so far every single old person has been untrustworthy in this game. It seems to almost be a rule of thumb that, you know, they're wrinkly and they got white hair, there's something suspicious going on.
The moment you meet up with the target, Evol will be transmitted through your contact lens's device to alter his memories. He'll think you're the buyer he met before.
Ooh.
You have a 30-minute window, so make it quick.
Understood. We'll grab the items and see if the ether core is present.
Anyway, we can fight our way out if things go south. Are you doubting my new gadget or her evol?
Simone adjusts my dress as she equips a proto-field disruptor that's shaped like an earring. A reflection stare back at us in the glass. Simone looks stylish in her secretary attire, and I'm wearing a simple, elegant dress. Exactly! That means you can't trust Santa. I didn't think your would be an heiress again after I returned to working as a hunter. At least my time in the M109 zone taught me how to bluff. A ding announces that we've arrived on the 39th floor. Simone and I exchange a look. It's like a bit of a buffing evil. Okay. Yeah, is it like it sounds like a German word, doesn't it? If I were old and evil, I would simply dye my hair to not be suspicious, right? I mean, you'd think they'd have caught on to that by now. 1 hour later.
With all this fuss, I thought I'd finally see the real deal, but these were all duds.
Oh. Well, we didn't get the ether core. The mission wasn't a waste of time. We have all these modified protocols. The protocol smugglers are taken away, and Simone and I return to the Hunters Association.
Special authorization confirmed. Good job, everyone.
We can trust the Easter Bunny, though. Is that so?
Do your weapons or gear need to be maintained or repaired? Put them on the table. And just between you and me, Hunter's Huntin' is serving a fancy meal tonight. Don't miss out.
Little robot loudly whispers as it almost waddles to the armory with my weapon.
Simone, your gear's suffered some wear and tear lately. Over 65% of it has been damaged in the past 2 weeks.
A lot.
If she didn't help you control your evil, that number would have been higher. 70% at least.
Andrew is glued to his multi-screen setup. The windows flicker to life like a digital butterfly spawn.
Look, if building a powerful weapon turns out to be a mistake, you can punish me. Also, lead Andrew, it's been 2 months already. Are there any signs of that ether core? I can understand why the association hasn't told anyone about this. It can't be about saving face, no?
Alright, check this out.
Jenna! A rolled-up combat uniform lands on the table. We look at it up to see Jenna walking towards the control desk.
Captain, what's going on?
A weird yet familiar feeling pulls at my chest. I unfold the uniform. There lies a flat, round object I recognize.
It's a hurt knave's head.
Simone wrinkles her nose in disgust. Without missing a beat, she snatches a pen from Andrew's desk and uses it to push the head away. She ignores the look on his face. How can they just leave the head? Where's the protocol? Jenna finishes drinking her water and tears open a package. She takes out a bread roll.
Because there was only the head. It showed up on Faye Street without anything else. The protocore must still be in its body, but who knows where that is. So, already you can see something's not right here.
Everyone casts their gaze on me. I slowly nod. I can sense a protocurve that's similar to the one I brought back from the no-hunt zone number 7 a few months ago, but there's more to it. Is it related to the ether core?
Yes. We've detected a large beta protocurve on this head.
That's a new fancy term. Captain, what's a beta protocurve?
Jenna takes a moment to gather herself as she stands up and the control desk flickers a couple of times. A holographic 3D map is projected from it.
Remember that incident last month? It occurred on the 8th at 9 a.m. Lincoln Bridge's main pier disappeared from the river for 20 minutes. And on the 14th at 3 a.m., rainbow mists appeared in Goldwood City. Specifically, they materialized in 6 districts within 4 seconds of one another.
It doesn't feel like a nice place to live, this, does it?
Then on the 29th, an incident occurred at 4:30 p.m. An ice cream parlor in the Ring Imperial Center was flipped, and customers on the top floor were trapped in the first floor's freezer.
This is why Raphael needs to close his door. He lives in a world full of monsters and weird stuff coming out of deep space tunnels. He really needs to learn to lock his door.
The Wanderers behind these have one thing in common. The protocurve produced by their protocores are capable of distorting space itself.
I'm sure that's fine.
We're calling this unique protocurve a beta protocurve for now. I won't get into the details of the analysis. However, after comparing it with the protocurve produced from the deep space tunnel region that's in the N109 zone, our current findings reveal that
Jenna leans forward. She grips the control desk to emphasize her words.
an ether core is involved. Based on our observations of these Wanderers, the Intel Department and Advanced Tech Labs predict we'll observe more beta protocurves in the future. That's where new ether cores might appear.
On the map with Lincoln City as its center, points of interest are appearing. They are potential locations, and they're everywhere. Some are even thousands of kilometers away from the city.
Everyone, it's getting dark. Night will fall, and we all know the big guys lurking in Lincoln's shadows are about to make their move.
Captain Jenner revealed a lot of info today, and there's another ether core inside, aside from the one in my heart and the one in Sylus's eye, so there's at least 3 that we know of now. But it could be in any of those locations, and this ether core might be incomplete, similar to how the one in my heart was at first. It'll take some time to find that ether core.
Our mission goes beyond just collecting ether cores. We also need to investigate the shady organizations that covet them for their own goals. They're essentially a ticking time bomb. We'll split up for now, but try not to alert the enemy. We don't want to make things worse. Hey, I don't know what you went through in the N109 zone, but this operation is a marathon, not a sprint. Don't be a hero every 5 seconds. Patience is key.
She, decided not to tell them about Sylus. After spitting out my toothpaste, I put down my toothbrush and stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I unearthed some interesting info at the Association's archives today, and there's a few loose ends from my time in the N109 zone that need to be addressed. I should first deal with what I can handle right now, so... Oh, is this where... Yeah, so before we go on to the next one, we do the Voyage of the Outcast. Okay. So we're about to do a little branch with Xavier. So we're going to learn a little bit more about him today. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen him. After some investigation combined with a vague hunch, I've identified a highly suspicious wanderer. This is their training zone, I think. Andrew's tracking it, but it's been several days since I got a response. This lull allows me to test the new gear Simone modified for me before the next mission. The only problem is that my partner, who promised to join me for this trial, is late as usual.
10 rings! The training session is over now!
That's Simone for you. She can turn even the simplest sidearm into something extraordinary. I switch on the safety and put away my gun. My gaze drifts towards the empty lane beside me. Looks like Xavier, the king of tardiness, didn't get a chance to try out the new gear first.
But at least I have the luck of a partner who's always thinking about me.
He was sleeping, wasn't he? The door to the shooting range opens without me noticing. Xavier leans against the doorframe and smiles.
I got caught up following a new lead. I didn't have time to tell you.
Oh, okay. Is it about that case you've been digging into? You've been really mysterious about it. Time you filled me in. He raises the cup in his hand as he speaks.
Let's talk over a cup of coffee first. I'll
he
tell you everything
needs his
then.
caffeine, bless him. I follow Xavier into the training room's lounge area. I grab the cup of coffee he offers me. I cautiously take a small sip. It's sort of weak, but it's still decent. You made this?
The coffee machine did all the work. I just put in the beans and provided the cup.
Sounds like you didn't do much, but the coffee isn't bad. Hearing this, he chuckles. So, your investigation is coffee-related?
Certain people were smuggling painted protocore fragments in the coffee beans. I had to attend as a judge at the coffee contest. I figured that with all the effort they put in, there would be a clue about the ether cores.
Uh-huh.
But all we got were some modified, regular protocores.
Oh. A bit of a disappointment then. Oh, I thought... I pause, my gaze falls into the cup in my hand.
What is it?
That would be a very strong cuppa, yeah. Probably one the kind Sylus would enjoy, though. Since joining Special Operations, Xavier and I busied ourselves with tracking down leads on ether cores. But I always had a feeling that he was carrying out this secret mission even long before he joined. I also think it's connected to his other secrets, but this isn't the right time to delve into them. I hold myself back from saying I thought you'd know something related to the ether core's whereabouts. He's kind of dressed like a white Team Rocket from Pokemon. Yeah, he kind of is, isn't he? I thought you had a more solid lead than Simone and I.
Oh, I figured you'd ask something more probing.
I mean, to be fair, we do collect the myth companions like Pokemon, so you're half right. As if reading my mind, he gives me a chance to steer the direction of this conversation. But when Xavier lowers his head and responds to my question, it almost seems like he's slightly upset.
Isn't there anything you genuinely want to ask?
Zayne, I choose you. Despite everything we've been through so far, I've never really pressed him about his connection to the Ether Cores. In that case... Ooh, okay, what do you want to ask him, chat? 1 or 2? Number 1, how much do you know about the Ether Cores? 2, have you been tracking down the Ether Cores before this? So do you want to know... basically press him to see if he knows more than we do. Or 2, if he's been doing it before we started. 1. Basically, we know you know more. Spill the beat. We're partners. You should be telling me that. Free chocoholic. Always. Always. You must know more about the Ether Cores and the association, right?
In your mind, am I more capable than all of the association's hunters combined?
Still can't believe this guy gets... I think he has the most spicy cards, right? This guy? Like, compared to the others. The association has its network, but maybe you're aware of things that they can't access. His fingers lightly tap the wooden table in the lounge area.
I'm not entirely sure how many Ether Cores there are, let alone their capabilities. Their power comes from the very core of the cosmos. If fully awakened, they would spell disaster for the world.
Yeah, I do keep wondering if it's going to be more and more dangerous for her the more she absorbs. Is she going to be more... Because effectively we're like a nuclear bomb, aren't we? Is consuming all those Ether Cores going to make that work? Probably. Noticing my thoughtful expression, he smiles and gently soothes the furrow between my brows.
I know. You aren't satisfied with my answer. But there are some truths you have to see and decide for yourself.
Very, alright, keep your secrets kind of moment. Xavier's Hunter Watch, as well as mine, beep at the same time as he finishes speaking.
The Wanderer you identified earlier, the one associated with the beta protocurve energy, is confirmed to be related to the Ether Cores.
Oh.
The detailed information has been synchronized with your device's data log. Get ready to head out. This Wanderer will also be difficult to deal with. Should I ask Simone to assist you?
I mean, we got Xavier, right? That won't be necessary. My best mission partner is back. Poor Simone. The call ends, I raise my eyebrow at Xavier. I should witness the truths and answers I'm after for myself. That doesn't mean I have to do it alone. One last question. I'd like to know if my partner's willing to fight alongside me for this, and whether or not it's just for today.
I believe this answer will meet your expectations. I'll always be with you, beyond just today.
He says that, but he does disappear a lot. I feel like he wants to be there for her, but he also needs to get his naps in, doesn't he? Three days later, Lincoln City. Lately, several students at Pastara University have disappeared after being attacked by the same Wanderer, only to mysteriously reappear on campus a few days later. Although these students returned unscathed, they have no memory of what happened to them while they were missing. A hand reaches over, turns off the interface of my hunter's watch, and adjusts my cuff before pulling away.
If you keep staring at it, everyone will soon figure out we're hunters.
Oh, we're incognito. I lower my arm and glance at Xavier, who's walking next to me. You're right, Xavier, my astronomy buddy. It's pretending to be astronomy students today. The warm autumn sun peeks out from behind the leaves that cast dappled light onto the corner of his mouth.
That sounds a little staged. You're my journalism schoolmate, remember?
3 days ago, the Wanderer that Andrew tracked using the protocurve showed up at the Pistaran University. Considering the recent student disappearances at the university, the association has assigned us the mission to eliminate this Wanderer. To prevent any unnecessary panic, Xavier and I are pretending to be students. With the university's help, we'll be conducting interviews with the attacked students under the guise of a campus TV station.
You're walking too fast.
My wrist is gently pulled, bringing me back to the moment I realize I've been rushing. This is the pace I'm used to when I'm on a mission. She power walks. I look around and purposefully slow down. We finally found a Wanderer that's connected to the ether cores. I would rather move quickly to prevent any problems from happening.
You seem eager.
Aren't you? Xavier adjusts my backpack strap and it starts to slip.
Information about the ether cores is always shrouded in secrecy. Out of 100 leads, one might get you somewhere at best. This lead seems unusually straightforward.
It's almost as if it's been set up for us to find. Is that what you want to say?
It's just a guess.
It's a trap. You might be right, but with the lead right before our eyes, I can't shake the feeling that we need to check it out ourselves.
Yeah, you really are the powerful and impressive evolver everyone's been talking about. But before we meet those students, our first job is to act as students.
As we talk, we end up walking down a tree-lined path and arrive at a bustling square. Around us, numerous deep temporary booths are set up. Students are excitedly weaving through them.
Prestara University Club Recruitment.
There are so many people. Let's take a different route. It's almost time for our scheduled interview, and it wouldn't look good on us if we were late.
Yeah, it'll take a while. But how about we use this opportunity to relive our student days for a bit?
If university, yeah. That's fine. High school, I'd rather not. How are we going to do that? Xavier stares at me, then fixes my hair and takes off his non-prescription glasses. Right, yeah, same, right. He puts them on my face.
Much better.
Does this make me look more like a student?
It just looks nice.
Hi! Are you a freshman this year? You seem perfect for the lead role in our film club's latest project. Are you interested?
While the club members look down to find the registration form, a corner of Xavier's mouth slightly curls up.
What did I say?
All it took was some glasses. I feel like Xavier was throwing his teammate under the bus, but this trick surprisingly worked. By the time we arrive at our scheduled interview spot, I'm completely in student mode.
Hello. I'm the student council's vice president. So, I was told you guys were hunters.
The tall, lanky boy gives a slightly uneasy smile. His head sinks lower as he speaks. Oh, bless him.
The students who disappeared earlier are waiting in the classroom. They only know it's for a campus TV interview.
Sorry, could you repeat what you just said?
I mean, just keep the questions simple and try not to scare anyone.
It's a Lumiere film. That would be so funny.
After all, they've all had encounters with the Wanderer. Let's make sure we don't add to their trauma.
Understood. We'll be careful. As we enter the classroom, several pairs of curious, wary eyes quickly focus on us. I clear my throat and offer a genuinely friendly smile. Hi, I'm broadcast journalism major, and I'm a member of the campus television station, and this is my partner. Xavier steps forward but doesn't speak, which prompts me to continue. He's the one who will handle the microphone and the camera. He's an astronomy major. Our simple introduction doesn't achieve the effect we wanted. Perhaps the Wanderer did give them quite a scare. They scrutinize us warily, but no one responds.
Hi,
A bag full of drinks appears from behind the door. The person holding it hesitates, struggling to gesture a couple of times. I take the bag. The vice president shyly smiles, then silently moves to sit by the classroom's back door. He's definitely an introvert. Cooperating with us on the university's behalf must be tough for him. While I distribute the drinks with Xavier, the classroom's tense atmosphere begins to soften. As I try to come up with an appropriate icebreaker, Xavier nudges my elbow.
Oh, right. Didn't we meet up downstairs this morning?
I'm confused, so I only managed to grunt in response.
I think I forgot to check in for my morning class.
You're an astronomy major! Aren't you taking Dr. Ulysses' course?
It takes me a moment to realize that Xavier's somber tone doesn't match his hopeful eyes. As I move the chair, I lean closer to his ear. Did you do your research ahead of time?
I just threw out a question and didn't expect it to go anywhere.
Straightening his posture, Xavier smiles and looks at the student who responds to his question earlier.
Yeah, his classes are really tough.
The student relaxes as the conversation begins to flow more naturally.
I knew it. When it comes to the strictest professor at Prestara University, no one can beat Dr. Ulysses. But it's not that bad. While he's strict in class, he's pretty chill on the basketball court when classes are over. Actually, I missed one of Dr. Ulysses' meetings because of that Wanderer incident. Thanks for reminding me. I need to catch up with him later.
At my university, there weren't any professors that would play basketball with students, but there were plenty that took everyone out for drinks. There was one professor who was like, hey, you know what? Let's have today's class at this drinking bar and go through everybody's work. It was like a creative writing class. So we're all reading each other's stories and giving feedback while... Which went about as well as you can expect. You're better at drinking than you are basketball. It was a good class, though.
You're welcome.
Xavier adjusts his position and gives me a knowing look. Seeing Xavier's cue, I quietly switch on the recorder and casually throw out the question. Besides missing out on a meeting, can you tell us a little bit more about what happened after that attack? You can say whatever you want, don't worry, we won't disclose any personal information. The students exchanged looks. They seem resolved to speak.
I'll go first, then.
I'm not sure if it's just me, but his eyes seemed to go blank for a moment after he said that.
This is what we call a white hole, a theoretical region of space-time. If we were
in Dr. Ulysses' class now.
Equation representing the
I'm not actually here for the lecture, but you might as well look the part.
Objects are no longer
I slide open the textbook to the center of the desk and line up my notebook and pens and place the water bottle aside. The desk is so neat, it's only a matter of time before the professor notices. According to the student's account, the incident occurred outside the classroom. He was heading to a meeting with a professor. I decided to talk to the professor to see if we could gather any new clues. So I dragged Xavier with me the next day and we snuck into his class. You loved your university days. You don't remember anything, but you know you liked it. Yeah, university was fun. I kind of wish I'd embraced it a little bit more, because I'm quite introverted. But overall, I have pretty fond memories of it, yeah. No worries, Wriggle, get your nom.
Yeah, it's a perfect disguise. The way you quickly claimed a seat in the back was nice and clean, too.
The back row is the VVIP section. It has a great view of the ambience, perfect for relaxing, entertainment, and even... Spotting two students in the back row secretly holding hands under their desk, I casually changed the subject. Where did you prefer to sit when you were in school? You had to go early if you wanted to get to the back. Usually at my uni.
I didn't have a particular preference, but I usually sat in the back too. The sunlight was nice, and the breeze was refreshing.
How comfortable were the desks and chairs?
They were okay.
I remember I had a lecture once, and a lot of students were sick at the time because there was like a cold going around, so everyone was on the strong like cold medication, and in Korea that medication just knocks you out. That is what it does. So the entire front row were fast asleep, like heads lolling back, snoring, mouths open. The poor professor didn't realize half the class was sick, and he thought he was like, is my lesson boring? Looking at me, and I was like, they've got a really bad cold. I just let them. One of my friends had fallen asleep, but with the pen in her hand, so it looked like she was writing. So he didn't realize she was asleep. Only those who, like, you know, their head had fallen back in their chair. Oh, what was it? And that was like a 2-hour lecture. Or a 2-hour nap for most of them. One unique classroom you had several classes in that had very comfortable chairs, so hearing someone snoring during class wasn't unusual. That is the danger of when the chairs are too comfy, isn't it? Our casual chat drifts on. I flip open my notebook and turn my attention back to our mission. Even though we learned a lot of details from talking to the students affected by the attack yesterday, we didn't find anything notable. Those 5 students were either normal people or evolvers. They encountered a wanderer in various spots. Some were on the tree-lined path and others were in the lab. And they woke up in different places afterward. This wanderer doesn't seem to be limited to indoor or outdoor spaces. There's no clear pattern for where it shows up. It was in the aerospace engineering building, so you joked that we were the first class airplane chairs. Why did I choose career of all places? Well, I wanted to travel. So originally I was going to do like a language course and then just take a year studying abroad, but that didn't quite work out. So I ended up just applying directly for the full 4 years instead. It was going to be Japan or Korea, but Japan had like that tsunami. I think it was the year I was applying. So my parents were immediately like, yeah, you're not going there. That's not happening. Korea, go there instead. Though it took a lot of persuading. I remember they weren't too keen on the idea at first. So, yeah, I think it like took a couple of months of persuading. And promises to get me to the point where I could apply. Yeah. And then there was like an interview process that spanned a couple of months too. Until I think I got accepted, it was like January or February, and then I was due to start September. Ended up going in July. Stayed with a friend who was working there. So I could just settle in a bit before the dorms open. This wanderer doesn't seem... Oh yeah, we already read that.
It's not completely random, though.
Xavier takes a pen from me and draws a few circles on my notebook.
All the incidents happened at night. If that's connected to the Wanderer's behavior, then we can narrow our search.
Maybe it doesn't show up in the daytime.
Also, all these students just started college this year.
Does that mean something?
Maybe this Wanderer thinks freshmen are easy targets.
But it must have access to the university's enrollment system. I flipped through the notebook pages again and again, yet nothing clicked. It seems like this Wanderer is targeting the students at random, but I can't believe it's just a coincidence.
In this world, many coincidences are often part of a larger scheme.
He's not wrong.
These students are being chosen for a reason. We just haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, so I went on holiday with a friend who I think she just finished university, and I was like just about to start the year before. So she went for a year, and was teaching. And then I joined her the next year to go to college, yeah. I do. I still live there, yeah. Yep, I stayed after.
You, over there.
Oh, we get to meet the professor now. Realizing the sudden silence around me, I look up to see Dr. Ulysses on the podium. He's smiling.
Yes, I'm talking to you, young lady in the back row.
Little gossipers in the back.
Come up here and show everyone what a Morris Thorn wormhole is.
We got called out. I never thought I'd actually get caught talking in class. For a moment, I'm stunned and I don't know how to respond.
No? Then let's have your friend try. Come along now.
Yeah, Xavier, you go tell him what a wormhole is. I tug at Xavier's clothes and quickly whisper, if I mess up, I'll just apologize. Xavier reassuringly squeezes my hand, stands up and confidently walks to the podium. The classroom lights dim and a holographic projection appears from his fingers. It forms the image of the universe.
In theory, the Morris Thorn wormhole is a traversable wormhole.
I'm assuming this probably has something to do with how he got here as well, right? That's why he knows so much about it, maybe.
It is spherically symmetrical and features a throat that bridges two black holes.
What? Carry on.
The throat is a finite spherical region containing negative energy density matter to counteract gravitational forces inside the wormhole.
As Xavier speaks in a measured tone, the stars shift under his touch to gradually form a wormhole model. Learning some astronomy today. The lights form distant planets, flicker before us, and his silhouette seemingly stretches across the light years. For a moment, I wonder, was Xavier like this back at college?
Correct. The negative energy's repulsive gravitational properties keep the wormhole's throat open, allowing matter or signals to pass through. Time travel becomes possible with this model. For example, the deep space tunnel above us might very well be a giant wormhole.
It does kind of look like one, doesn't it? This is the Prologue to Tomorrow story. Because next week we want to do Caleb. So we're getting this one done this week. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he's probably older than the professor, right?
The mysterious deep space signals could then make their way to our distant Earth. Perhaps certain materials, or even other forms of life, can find us through these cosmic channels.
Like MC hurtling towards Earth. I snap back to reality. Xavier's crossed the starry expanse and now stands before me. Something like that, right? 500, 600? Yeah. That's why he's always so tired. He's within an arm's reach once more. I'm curious, were you really an astronomy graduate?
Who knows? I have too many diplomas at home. I need to check first.
She's thinking, where did he find the time? Just like, excuse me. Subtle academic brag. When the bell rings, signaling the end of the lecture, the classroom empties out quickly, even though it was packed just a moment ago. As the professor starts to pack, I approach him. I'm about to ask about the students who were attacked.
Xavier, have you been a deep space hunter for so long that you want to relive your college days?
The professor walks away from the podium, one hand holding his bag, the other hand in his pocket. His serious demeanor is gone.
Hello. Are you also a deep space hunter? His colleague, perhaps?
This is Ulysses. He's an old friend of mine. Now he works as an assistant professor.
I was promoted to associate professor 2 years ago.
Do you think is he from the same place as Xavier then? Like Jeremiah? Or did you just meet him here?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I can't remember. First there was Jeremiah, a mysterious florist, and now a university physics professor. Maybe we'll clear that up today. I'm once again shocked by how unpredictable his social circle
Let's
is.
get back to business. You're not the type of person to visit without a reason. Did something happen at the university?
When we finish Caleb's storyline, we're gonna have a bit of a reading day where we go through all the under deep space and anecdotes.
I'm on a mission.
Well, if you're involved, it can't be just any mission. Should I be expecting a major incident to take place?
Looks like I'm not the only one who has a certain impression about Xavier. But this gives me the perfect opening to ask him about the Wanderer. Dr. Ulysses, we heard one of your students was attacked by a Wanderer and went missing for a few days. Were you in the area when this happened? Ulysses pauses for a moment before nodding.
I was in the lab preparing for a meeting when I heard a scream outside the room, but I didn't find anything even after looking around. I later learned that a student had been attacked by a Wanderer. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured.
It looks like Ulysses didn't see the Wanderer. I'm a little disappointed.
Did the lab's flux stabilizer show any reaction?
I immediately get what Xavier's hinting at. Its flux stabilizer didn't react, and the Wanderer's meta fluctuation level must be below 50. There are only few Wanderers capable of such stealth. Our search is narrowed considerably.
It's also possible we're dealing with a modified Wanderer.
As if reading my mind, Xavier reveals another observation. I nod. Got it. I'll ask Andrew to compare the protocurve data with the possible Wanderer profiles.
Wait. I just remembered something. The flux stabilizer can't detect that level of metaflux. However, the research center's RMFMA might.
RMFMA?
But the research center isn't even near here.
It was moved to the campus earlier this year, so it's not
convenient.
that far away now. It should have captured the metaflux fluctuation and its dynamic range when the Wanderer appeared.
Say who about what now? Then we can use that device for a bit.
RMFMA. It stands for Reflective Metaflux Field Monitor and Analyzer.
Yeah, I can see why they abbreviated that. Ooh. Mouth disappeared. A flicker of doubt crosses my mind, but I push it aside for now. I wait for Ulysses to respond.
As long as you have the clearance to operate it and access the system, you can use it.
But we don't quite fit those requirements.
Let's go.
Huh? Maybe he does. Xavier picks up my backpack and turns to Ulysses.
Aren't you going to lead the way?
Oh, no worry, Alec. If you gotta get some rest, you gotta get some rest, you know. Hopefully your meeting goes well. No worries. See you on Friday. Have a good one. Oh! Was it because the abbreviation was similar to your name? I get it, alright. Why does my mouth keep disappearing? The research center Ulysses mentioned is formerly known as the Prastara University Deep Space Exploration Research Center. Houses the RMFAMA under a skylight on the 3rd floor. The machine's brass-casting and bulky appearance make it stick out like a sore thumb.
This analyzer is one of the most advanced pieces of tech in the past few decades, and it remains so today. It can detect the slightest fluctuations in the deep space tunnel. Unfortunately, there are fewer than 10 of them in the world. Many talented researchers and professors have turned down prestigious offers elsewhere. Also, they could work with the RMFMA at our research center.
Do Xavier and I need to apply for access first to retrieve the data? Where's Xavier? Wandered off again.
All the data related to the Wanderer is corrupted.
Xavier appears from behind the RMFMA. He removes his safety goggles and takes off his disposable lab coat. how did you... Aside from the how did you operate that machine and the you know how to use it, I focus on the most important one. What did you mean by corrupted? Did it capture even a trace of the Wanderer?
Yes. It showed that a Wanderer appeared on the university's campus in the past 2 weeks. But all the data has been tampered with. The generated spectrum also has many errors. It can't be used as a clue.
The hem and cuffs of his lab coat somehow got tangled together. He frowns and pulls harder, but they're still stuck. Raise your hand a little more. As I help Xavier wriggle out of the lab coat, my mind races with questions. Maybe it's flawed, so it's malfunctioning?
If that were the case, the first issues wouldn't show up in detection and sampling errors. Which means someone deliberately tampered with it.
Once he's out of the lab coat, I meet his gaze. It's brimming with confidence. It's a rare high-end device, yet Xavier seems to know it inside out. I can't even log into the system to use it. I slightly pull him forward. I purposely change my expression and lower my voice. Alright, cut to the chase. How are you able to operate this machine?
It might look complex, but it's actually easy to use.
You know that's not what I meant.
You're not really going to interrogate me right now, are you?
As Ulysses returns from examining the data, I let go and step back to make room. Just a bit of light threatening.
The data is corrupted, and just as you suggested, someone probably tampered with it.
Someone covering their track?
However, the research center is a secure, newly built facility that few people can access. If we include me, only a handful of researchers work here. The last system login was recorded to be over a month ago.
Has anyone else been in here the past 2 weeks?
Ulysses thinks long and hard before finally giving a hesitant reply.
Yes, but it's not anything suspicious. There was a study event here for new students. Part of the event included a tour of our facilities. That was when we introduced them to this analyzer.
The new students who started this year, could it be...
Those 5 students who were attacked all enrolled this year.
Xavier voices my thought. I take out my phone, check the school's official website, and quickly find the article about the study event. 5 students were selected. They are...
Here.
Xavier points to the 5 names displayed on screen.
All the students who encountered the Wanderer are listed.
The study event, tamper device, the elusive Wanderer, everything starts to connect. This isn't a coincidence, Xavier. Something's off about that study event. The Wanderer is targeting its participants.
Indeed.
He agrees, but keeps his finger on the screen. I look again. Group leader, Thorin, vice president of the student council.
Hello. I'm the student council's
Must have
vice
stutter
president.
earlier.
So, I was told you guys were hunters.
The same guy who helped us on behalf of the university and the only one who wasn't attacked. He's definitely suspicious.
There's only one way to find out.
I'm contacting him right now. Xavier is the first to head out. After saying goodbye to Ulysses, I'm about to leave. But at a glance at the wall makes me stop in my tracks. Instead of a certificate, there's an old framed group photo at the top, yellowed with age, and the faces in that photo are all a bit blurry. Yet the person who's on the edge. I look closer, and that indistinct figure suddenly comes into focus. It's Xavier. Got even more explaining to do now. I sit on a bench near the basketball court. I watch the ball arc through the air and precisely hit the back rim of the hoop. It bounces back into Xavier's hand. It's hard to fully appreciate this rare sunset, something I haven't seen much since graduation. It won't be long until we meet Thorin. I unconsciously lower my head to look at my phone. It still has my chat with him. We're still a little unclear about the students. Should you go over some details with us in person? How about we meet up in 20 minutes at the lecture hall in the main teaching building?
Sorry, I'm at the student union. There's a student council meeting right now. It won't end until at least
the
7
sun
p.m.
goes down, huh? It's okay, we'll wait for you downstairs at the student union.
You've been quiet for a while.
Really? Xavier stops moving and stands by the 3-point line. He gazes at me.
We know he's in a meeting inside this building. Unless his evol lets him create wings so he can fly away, we'll definitely see him.
I look at the open door in front of the student union, and I take a look at Xavier's calm face. I wonder what's making the victims stay quiet about the study event. And then there's Soren. He knows why we're here, but he doesn't say anything. He's really behind this, that's some nerve.
Maybe he doesn't want to get caught up in any trouble. Either way, we'll be able to ask him soon. And if he still refuses to talk, we can investigate.
He keeps gazing at me, his eyes are firm and steady. I nod. Then he offers me the basketball.
Want to try?
I know his invitation is actually his way of offering me a break from the mission. I can't bring myself to refuse, so I stand up. Sure. After a brief warm-up, I confidently aim the ball at the hoop. But before I can throw it, a sparrow just lands on the hoop. Interrupted by that, I turn to look at Xavier. If the Wanderer's appearance isn't a coincidence, then it just confirms our suspicion. Someone lured us here on purpose.
Should we call for backup in advance? Or are you implying there's a high chance the Ether Core is here? I'm going to guess the latter.
The sparrow is attracted to the small balls of light and flies away. Xavier moves closer and supports my arm.
Aim it a bit higher. Good. Now throw.
My accuracy is slightly off this time, but the ball hits the backboard and rolls to my feet. I bend down. Maybe it's not as terrible as we think it is. Except you know, it's probably worse. It could be a coincidence, and Soren is just a dedicated vice president of the student council. He does just seem to be a good, well-behaved student, sort of like you. Xavier takes the ball from my hands and steps back to give me a demonstration.
Perhaps it's because he looks like a good student that makes him the best at doing things behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking,
After all,
too.
People don't write their secrets on their faces. The calmer the water's surface, the easier it is to hide dangerous undercurrents.
The ball leaves his hand and once again goes through the hoop with a precise shot. As it bounces back, I intercept it before it reaches him. You always have a lot to say about other people, but what about you? Recalling the blurry, yellowish photo from the research center, I move closer to Xavier. Maybe it's the backlight that causes the flickering spots to appear in my vision. My consciousness falters for a moment. Xavier when I first saw him in the no-hunt zone. Xavier in the research center and Xavier playing basketball at sunset. They appear in front of me all at once. They line up gracefully and blend into the figure of the person before me.
Me?
What secrets are you hiding behind your calm, Faye? From the distant past to the present, who are you really? Even though I'm so close to you, experienced all these life and death situations with you, I still cannot seem to fully understand you. Just staring at him. Xavier's puzzled gaze lingers on my face and suppresses the questions in my heart. The only thing I eventually say is, I was going to ask if you're truly a good student or if you have some secret. After thinking for a moment, he speaks in a calm tone.
I'd say I'm a good student. I paid attention in class and always kept my eyes on the front of the classroom. That's how I kept ending up making eye contact with a classmate who frequently turned around during class.
He looks at me with a knowing gaze. I look back into his eyes and feel as if everything sounds familiar. Maybe your classmate just wanted to check the clock on the back of the classroom, see how much time was left before class was over. So that was probably her, right? And maybe that overworld?
You're asking if I have a hidden side to me like Soren?
He responds to questions. Now it's my turn to think about my answer. Fortunately, Xavier doesn't seem to expect one from me. Instead, he slightly lowers his head as if he's talking to himself.
But the parts of me you think you know, and the parts you think you don't know, they make up who I am. All of me. Right here in front of you.
We no longer pay attention to the basketball. The sound of it bouncing on the ground echoes in my ears. It isn't until I see Xavier's hand wave in front of me that I realize the lingering sound is my heartbeat.
I think we have a new lead.
I compose myself and look in the direction that Xavier's pointing in. I catch a sight of the enthusiastic student from yesterday's interview. He's walking out of the student union. Hey, Ellie. Yeah, it's the Xavier branch today. Didn't he say he needed a week off after the Wanderer attack? And grab Xavier's arm. Something's not right. Let's ask him. But yeah, I haven't seen the Lumiere myth yet, so just my best guess is that that student he was talking about, maybe it was her. Because she also was like, oh, maybe she was looking at the clock. Before we get close, that student immediately recognizes me and Xavier. He excitedly waves at us.
What a coincidence! Why are you here?
Didn't you say you were going to take a week's leave at home? What brings you back? I've no time to lose. I get straight to the point. But the student looked confused.
Huh? Did I say that yesterday? I don't remember at all. After the attack, my friend said my memory had gotten worse. I thought I was getting better over the past couple of days.
I don't like where this is going. I exchange a glance with Xavier, my eyes saying something's wrong.
What do you remember then? Do you recall attending a study event around 2 weeks ago? Did anything strange happen at that time?
A study event?
I don't even remember. He frowns, thinking hard for a long time, and then suddenly something dawns on him.
It wasn't weird, but we did come across something intriguing. When we visited the Deep Space Exploration Research Center, there was this unique piece of equipment on the 3rd floor. For a short while, I felt like I walked straight into a haunted house.
Oh boy. He dramatically gestures, still looking a bit shaken.
It looked exactly like that haunted house I'm always terrified of. I almost screamed. After the tour, others said they had the same feeling. That for a moment, they fell into a really scary place.
Wait, you're saying you all had an hallucination? Who else was there?
It was just the 5 of us, and the vice president. The guy had to step out for a bit, so we were on our own.
Suspicious?
It's not a hallucination. This is something the RMFMA can also do.
You mean?
To make a long story short, it's like recreating a plane of existence and overlapping it with our reality. But only a few people know about this. We surely underestimated Soren.
Xavier grabs my wrist with one hand and supports my back with the other.
Hold on.
So his stuttering, was all an act.
The research center. He'll get there before us.
He wanted to meet us at nighttime when it seems like this Wanderer is active. Daylight's last glimmer sinks below the horizon and night arrives. As we stand in front of the research center again, the building takes on a more mysterious air under the night sky. Soren stands under the skylight on the 3rd floor. His back faces us.
You're quicker than I thought.
I should have known the moment I saw you.
Xavier stops behind him. After a brief pause of tension, he turns around.
Do you think you can still order me around, Xavier?
He has glanced at me and then looks away.
You can't. And neither can she.
A sudden gust of wind stirs in the indoor air. My heart trembles as I see a faint energy fluctuation. Xavier, something's here. A light blade forms in Xavier's hand. I also take out my firearm from my belt holster. I walk over and stand next to him. Let's take down Soren before the Wanderer arrives. But before he can get closer, he disappears. I hear his voice behind me.
It's too late. It'll take you to the place you've always wanted to visit.
Yeah, I think, doesn't the Lumiere myth kind of have something to do with this place they see at this part of the story? In that world with the spaceship and whatnot. He can also teleport. Could he be? I say that just from the flashes I've seen from the card, but I've not seen the full myth. The intensity of the energy fluctuation is significantly soared. Xavier's hunter watch as well as mine beat at the same time before I can react. The shadowy corner where the moonbeam doesn't reach, a colossal beast is stirred to life. This energy, it's fierce.
A wanderer with an ether core.
Can't stay here. We need to lure it out. The light blade cleaves through the heavy darkness, its shockwaves ripple to the end of the corridor. The Wanderer pauses as assault before creating an even fiercer wall of wind. It charges towards us once again.
You took the bait.
A huge shadow looms over as I turn around and aim my gun. The expected protofield doesn't materialize. Instead, I feel a sudden coolness on my face as if I'm being pushed through a barrier. Out of the corner of my eye, the FMA lights up. Before everything goes completely dark, I reach for Xavier's hand. And I grab nothing. Okay, before we go on to 8, I will be right back. I just want to go grab a drink, and then we're gonna see where we end up. But from what those other students told us, it's nowhere nigh. Okay, I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Alright, let's see what horrors await us. Nebulous tranquility hang in the sky as if they're the eyes of the universe. Faint rays of light spill over the shadows of the trees that sway like waves. This feels like a protofield. Countless waves of both strong and subtle forces swirl through my heart. I stand in this unfamiliar forest enveloped in a thick fog. This definitely isn't a regular protofield. The energy here is erratic and the fluctuations are violent. Xavier, can you hear me? I call him out several times, but only the wind's rustling of branches and leaves answers me. Oh, he was probably dragged into the protofield too. I have to find him quickly. I look up and the meteor streaks across the sky. It leaves behind a trail of fire as it flies past the tops of the tall trees. A meteor. Several more follow suit, but before I can say more, all of them are heading towards one side of the forest. I can't help but follow them. In an instant, the night sky is ablaze with countless rays of light. Meteors pour down like rain. They disperse the fog and darkness which plague the forest as they fall in the same direction. Are they guiding me? I walk faster, gradually quickening my pace until I break into a sprint. Like me, the meteors fall even more intensely and rapidly, as if they're urging me to run with all my might. Is that you? Oh, it must be Xavier.
Answer me. Where are you?
Even though I can clearly hear his voice, I don't know where it's coming from. Is it in front of me, or is it echoing from the depths of my heart? Brilliant arcs of light flash before me as the wind's whistling resounds in my ears. My heart surges, overwhelmed by the surrounding chaotic energy. I have a bad feeling. Please stay safe, Xavier. I hope nothing's bad has happened to you. As I transverse the dense forest, a mirror-like lake suddenly comes into view. Meteors streak down, falling into the expanse where the lake meets the sky. The energy fluctuation gets even stronger now. It pulls at my heart to the point where I struggle to breathe. Overwhelmed, I stumble and sink to my knees.
I'm not interested in playing hide and seek. Come out.
Xavier? I frantically look around and spot Xavier near the lake shore, and a figure quickly appears in front of him.
We're old friends at the end of the day, right? But you decided to greet me with a sword. That's cruel.
Soren? No, that's just an illusion. Soren adjusts his glasses and his previously friendly, bashful expression vanishes.
You haven't changed, even after all these years. You're still afraid of Starfall Forest.
As if you're any different. To you, the ends always justify the means.
What are you trying to say? You have no right to criticize me!
Soren's laughter, twisted with rage, contorts his features into an unsettling and unrecognizable expression.
I used my life's work on you. I did everything I could to help you pass through the deep space tunnel. And what did I get in return? I was abandoned, trampled on, and turned into an outcast in this time and space.
Those were the rewards for your choices.
His figure vanishes with his words. He reappears in front of Soren. In the blink of an eye, the tip of his sword is poised to kill. Countless sharp light rays rain down on Soren. Only his panicked voice can be heard within the dazzling spectacle of light.
Killing an apparition is a waste of time.
How long has he been planning that?
Then why did you dodge?
Good question. A beam of light descends, and the apparition is sliced in half. It's not just an illusion. Somehow, it and his actual body are connected. Struggling, I rush to help Xavier, but I fall again. The energy in the surrounding area has changed. Wait, Xavier's evil is... And a flurry of attacks continue. There's no room for counterattacks. Nothing is out of the ordinary in terms of his appearance, yet his usual serene spark of light scatter and fly chaotically around him as if they've lost control, agitated or consumed by something.
It's time to put an end to this charade.
Wait! You can kill me. But what about her?
A meteor falls into the center of the lake. It awakens a sparkling light that twirls into a vague illusion. The silhouette wears a hunter's uniform. It's hard to make out, but it's unmistakably familiar. It's me. My head, it hurts. But why? Yet it's at that moment I realized something. Soren created this illusion to distract Xavier. He's been using the lapse in judgment to attack Xavier's mind with his evil. He's, mental attack, basically. In any other situation, Xavier would have no difficulty dealing with this type of evil. But with how chaotic the protofield is, along with its power... Xavier falters, but he slowly regains his footing. When he raises his head, his unfocused eyes resemble on a frozen lake. They're cold and empty.
It can't be her. She's not a sacrifice. I will put an end to everything.
But yeah, likely this is what happened to them in the past, I'm assuming. I'm right here, that's an illusion. Perhaps weakened by Xavier's attacks, the bullet make the apparition stagger. With reluctant, sullen expression, the apparition dissipates. The energy fluctuation also calms down. Even though the apparition on the water's surface is gone, Xavier continues to head towards the center of the lake. His expression is cold and his movements are stiff. It's as though an invisible force is pulling him along. This isn't good. His evil's still controlling Xavier. I rush out to stop him. Xavier? But yeah, I'm guessing that this links a lot to the Lumiere myth. Would be my best guess. Because I think doesn't it take place here?
To survive. Doesn't deserve to be saved.
Like a parasitic planet? Oh, come back to reality, Xavier. I'm right here.
You are...
I think possibly, Ali, yeah.
You can't stay here. Run. Otherwise, you'll... as well.
It seems to be like absorbing him almost, doesn't it? Like, we know that his planet is gone now. MC-ism was a sacrifice to replace the recharged Sylus core, keeping that planet alive. Ah, yes, that's why she's in the middle of the lake, and I'm assuming Xavier thwarts that. So it's kind of similar to Raphael's in that sense, where, you know, she's supposed to be the sacrifice to save the Lumerian home, and he goes against that. Because she could, that makes sense, yeah. So then the theory is they wouldn't have to sacrifice anyone else because she sort of regenerates, yeah. Oh, every past life she has, it's like, you know, she's the princess locked away in the tower because her heart gives everlasting life to the people. Oh, she's a sacrifice. Oh, she's a sacrifice again. Like, poor girl, like, she deserves one lifetime where she's not a lab rat. Just one, you know? What's going on? Why can't I control your evil?
It's okay. Starfall Forest will stop once it has enough power. It will. I didn't protect you before. At least.
Oh, wait, that suggests that she died there then. Did she die? Enough power, in that case. The ether core's power should satisfy it.
You really are reckless.
While it isn't the real forest, it feels like it's still equally as dangerous. Yeah, we were able to help him out there. I'm assuming it would have had a similar effect, even though it was like a sort of dream. Do you recognize me, Xavier?
Hey. Are you okay?
Don't move. I apply medicine to the wound on his arm, but he abruptly pulls away. I almost dropped the bandage. Xavier ignores my command and grabs my shoulders. He gives me the once over. I'm fine. Don't tell me you're underestimating the power of the ether core.
I underestimated you. An ether core's power isn't something anyone should mess with. If you use it carelessly, the protofield would have devoured you.
It would have just taken the whole thing. Okay. We couldn't just stand there. And what should get consumed? Saving you took priority.
You didn't answer the question. What will happen then?
His hand grips my shoulder more tightly, and I glance at Xavier's pursed lips and pat his tense arm. So he, I'm assuming, has a lot of trauma from not being able to save her before then, it sounds like. Are you mad? Oh, I'll admit I was a little reckless, but wouldn't you have done the same thing if you were me? Don't be upset. It won't help you heal, and it might even affect your evil.
You always have so many reasons, but you never listen to me.
Yeah, that's so stubborn. Oh, this is where you got the most attached to him and you started to main Xavier. Aww. I poke his face again until he reveals a helpless smile. He takes the bandage beside him, quickly wraps it around his arm a couple of times, and then stands up.
The energy fluctuations around us have only temporarily subsided. They could spike again at any moment. And
I love that everyone has like that kind of moment in one of the main story branches where that happened for them. Ooh. Would you like a cat, Xavier? While you were still unconscious, I used my evil to scout the area. This protofield does more than just devour power. I can't find its boundaries at all. It's like a space where if you shout, there won't even be an echo. Crap. The red glowing collar around his neck is tied to him not being able— Oh, I see! Yeah, that's popped up a few times in the story, hasn't it? Is that explained in the Lumiere, or— Oh, it's not. We don't have many details about it yet. Maybe in an upcoming brand, it will be explained, this collar. Ooh, it's slightly explained in one of the anecdotes, but the detailed scar. It could come up in another branch then. It's like reading a book with multiple serials. I can't wait to know more. Right? Because yeah, like the main story is still ongoing, isn't it? So, and every time they update that, we get, last week we got so much information. And everything changed last week, didn't it? It's only mildly explained, okay. So I think once we've gone through the Caleb the Caleb branch, we'll read it. We'll, as I mentioned earlier, we'll have a reading day where we read all the stuff. You're waiting for one book. It's been 1.5 years. It felt forever, but now that book is coming out. Oh, what book is it? Did it take him a while to— Jenny, we get cat treat soon, Jenny. She keeps sitting in front of the microphone.
Don't worry.
We worry. After getting his bearings, he leads me deeper into the forest.
The protofield's environment was based on my memories, so there might be something that can help us leave.
I never heard of a wanderer that could invade and read memories before. Or does this wanderer's connection with an ether core make it different?
There's also the possibility that Soren made some modifications to it.
Because it was a trap. After a brief silence, I carefully choose my words before speaking. Soren, he used to be your ally, right?
It was a long, long time ago.
The light blade slices through several overgrown branches to clear a path. It dissipates into shimmering specks of light.
He changed his appearance and hid his evil. He needs to hide his secrets and also be in a position to strike me down if needed.
I immediately remember the perilous moments I faced with Xavier. We first met at the abandoned research base of the Luminivores. The robots watching us at the Azure Square. He sent them.
Maybe.
He's been watching us a while then. Oh, it's not too long then. I mean, this year's going by so fast, right? It'll be that time before you know it. Before you know it. Xavier holds out a small light as if sensing something. He releases it and lets out a dry laugh.
This forest. It's a trap clearly designed for me. This can only be his doing.
Oh, it's called The Woven Kingdom, Book 4. Every spiral of fate. It's a young adult romantic fantasy novel, but in a cool world, more like Red Data inspired. Ooh. Interesting. He really seems to know you well, but he also hates you. Recalling the conversation I heard, I hesitate for a second. Did something happen in this forest? Is that why you're afraid of it? Moonlight gently falls, softening Xavier's features into a blur, and then I hear his voice again.
Rather than what's already happened, I'm more afraid of what might come in the future. But right now, you terrify me the most.
The FMC
You
is like
used
a
the power
djinn.
of the ether core this time.
Oh, demon, like a demon
I'm worried
genie.
about what you'll do next.
What I've done can't be compared to your actions. Why don't you tell me what you did in the past? Hey, Whisper! Oh,
We're
goodness,
here.
what happened? He's very that keep your secrets meme. Following his gaze, I see a massive spaceship hidden behind the towering trees. Unlike the wreckage I saw in the No Hunt Zone number 42, this one is more intact, with far more sophisticated engineering. 'Cause he's from the future, isn't he, Xavier? Inside are various unfamiliar devices that are set up to form a makeshift command center. It's surrounded by papers lying scattered all over the place.
You really are here.
Our internet just sucks. We haven't had any for like 4 to 5 days. Oh my goodness. I'm glad they got it back now. Yeah. 2025, you think they'd be able to get it sorted for you quicker than that? Goodness. You're not planning to use this spaceship to take us out of the protofield, right?
It can break through even the most chaotic gravitational energy flux. A protofield might not stand a chance against it.
Oh, that reminds me. I
Let's
have to
just
look at
try
that
and see.
card from the 10 days with you still. He was in a astronaut uniform in that. He flipped several switches, one by one, faint blue light illuminate.
Traceback 2. Phyllis 1101, PLS, is now online.
Helios, that name sounds familiar.
It's my homeland. A place far away from here.
I silently repeat the name to myself and feel a strange sensation as it resounds in the depths of my heart. I pick up the papers next to it, and the messy handwriting and symbols seem like they're from another universe. Yes, yeah, I think it was, wasn't it, Ellie? Yeah. We called and they said they're doing maintenance. I called BS, so we decided we're switching. Yeah, maintenance should not last for 4 to 5 days without any kind of compensation. Yeah, that is ridiculous, Whisper. Yeah. Backpacker's logbook. Spatio-temporal coordinate parameters. You and Soren were both members of the Backtrackers?
Yes.
The image of the spaceship slowly loads into a floating holographic screen. He scans the complex data line by line.
Even though we called it a small group, there were quite a lot of us at one point. But after all this time, only a few of us remain.
Basic spaceship inspection complete. Please enter your password. And
Oh,
verify
absolutely,
your
Ellie, yeah.
identity.
He doesn't respond and continues to press certain buttons on the panel. Then he places his hand on the side of the screen.
Your identity has been verified. It's been a long time, Captain.
Not just a member, he's captain.
Prepare for departure.
Understood. Commencing pre-flight checks.
Aren't you going to ask me more questions? You must have many more questions.
I don't think she knows
won't
where
hide
to
anything.
start.
Just ask.
I do have a lot. Like, who were the backtrackers? Why did you come to this world? And where did this spaceship come from? However, you said everyone has secrets and motives. At the very least, I know you're not my enemy. One thing I do like about the main character is, in situations where you really need to sort of focus on the objective at hand, because it's a little life and death, she's very good at, like, just zoning in on it and avoiding the distraction and noise around. That's all the assurance I need. Besides, now is not the best time for long stories. Yeah, she's very, like, later, this can wait. Like, if anyone's surviving a horror movie, it's our MC. But let me say this first. This doesn't mean I won't ask more questions later. Once we're out of this mess, you're going to tell me everything, thoroughly, and in great detail.
I'm okay with that.
Satisfied, I nod. When I step back, my hand accidentally flips the switch. Huh?
Oh, celestial body of mine, slumbering adrift in darkness.
This voice is it?
Never heeds the whispers of life.
That's you, isn't it? A pair of hands cover my ears before the words can fit it.
It's not me.
Definitely was you. Oh, is it like a poem he reads to you in one of the secret time? Really?
No.
Then why can't I listen to it? Seeing his ears turn red, I can't help but chuckle and pat the arm resting across my face. So eventually he tells her, probably like further down the line of their relationship, yeah. Alright, it's someone else's, or maybe the spaceship misses its captain so much that it's imitating your voice for fun.
Yes, I agree. It's something like that.
During the brief silence, he releases me and quickly shuts off the recording. Oh, that's not good.
Protocore energy is low. Unable to start. Please refill the protocore energy cells to ensure a successful journey.
While the red warning lights flash, sharp pangs shoot through my chest. Xavier, the protofield is acting up again.
I know.
There's no doubt that Soren is manipulating the Wanderers hidden within the protofield, trying to trap us again. Your phone ran out of battery doing quality time in the lab. It does eat up your battery, this game. The alarm mean free candy or something bad? You know, as much as I wish it meant free candy, it probably is something bad. I mean, hey, if it's something bad but we get free candy, I guess it's not bad, right?
Prepare for launch.
It's recommended to refill the protocore energy cells before takeoff. Do you still want to proceed with the launch?
Yes.
Understood. Initiating countdown.
Don't worry.
A little bit worried. Before I can object, he pushes me into the seat in the cockpit.
Protocore energy isn't the only thing that can fuel this spaceship. Although it can't support long voyages, escaping this protofield should be no problem.
It depends on the cast. Yeah, I passed on the licorice too, to be fair. Yeah. I just assume it was the bad place if there was licorice. After pressing a few buttons on the control panel, he takes something from the cabin wall and fastens it to his wrist. He sits down in the cockpit and takes my hand. He presses it against his chest and a sense of foreboding washes over me. Sorry, Ellie. Oh, they have to resonate. You're going to use evil as fuel? I pull my hand away, but he tightly holds on to it. Don't even think about it. The protocol field has already drained your energy. You're not allowed to use your evil right now. It's very obvious that fueling the spaceship will be too much for him.
It's not a big deal.
Definitely a big deal.
Using evil as emergency fuel is actually one of this spaceship's unique features. In the past, evil came to our rescue during several crises. It enabled us to make safe emergency landings.
Oh, you're allergic to licorice. I don't have that excuse, sadly. I just don't like it. I had caramel covered licorice the other day.
Besides, I've got you here with me. You're aware of the changes an ether core can bring. With your current strength, you can resonate and enhance my evil, right?
But...
Only you have the power to help us safely leave the protofield.
Oh, really? Licorice can. I didn't know that. He cups my cheek with his other hand. With a soft voice, he makes a promise to me.
Your power will keep me safe.
Okay.
Counting down. 10.
Self-rescuing princess, let's go!
7.
My heartbeat races. Whether it's because of our current circumstances or the intensifying energy fluctuations, the pain in my chest grows sharper. Amid the blaring alarms, the spaceship begins its final countdown, the flickering lights spiral into chaos. He looks at me with an expression calm as it always is. He's waiting for me to respond. Alright, let your power flow through me then. I'll keep it safe, I promise.
I know.
Oh, I gotta hold it. They did a good job with the spaceship noises. Oh, Whisper, it was a bloody ride last week. My goodness. We're still recovering. So, everything has changed after last week. The violent tremors and a sense of weightlessness engulf us. After countless voyages through the boundaries of space, the spaceship plunges into the unknown once more. Chaotic energy crashes into the spaceship. The air current instantly tear apart the scenery outside the porthole. I hear a high-pitched whistle. As chaos envelops my vision, the only one warm force stays tightly connected to me. It flows steadily from my hand and gradually covers the world in a dazzling light. It overwhelms my senses. But then... Weird. It feels like something's suppressing Xavier's evil, preventing a complete renaissance. Oh, did you see all the Timelock event stuff, Whisper? If you didn't, we went through it on today's stream, and I've also got a recording of it if you want it without the commentary. Because it really, like, directly ties to all that stuff.
Keep going.
Tightly pressed my hand against his chest. Even in the blinding light, his gaze stays calm and gentle. I grit my teeth and forge that power into a sharp blade. Slowly but surely, it cuts through the invisible barrier along with the spaceship. Space itself is ripped open, which creates tremendous energy fluctuation and tremors. In the distance, a massive shadow looms.
At last, we forced it to show its true form. Get ready. It's time to deal the finishing blow.
Yeah, so we went through it, all the Timelock we went through today. Both Sylus and Xavier's. And then last week's VOD is the one where we went through all the story. A deafening roar fills my mind and strips away my senses. Suddenly, it's as if the rift splits the space. It ushers us into a burst of gentle light and fresh air. After several long seconds, the discomfort fades. I slowly open my eyes. Everything comes into focus, and there it is. The RMFMA, standing serenely just a couple of meters away. We're back in the research center. My senses return to my body. I scramble to my feet and frantically search for Xavier.
You're struggling to find me, huh?
A familiar voice calls out from behind. I turn and see Xavier leaning against a wall nearby. A bright red light at his neck flickers a few times before settling down under my worried gaze. That light is flashing. And you still want to crack a joke?
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
He opens his palm and a hand meets me. Hands me the ether core fragment. It glows a soft green.
Sit with me for a bit.
Unable to resist his expectant eyes, I approached him and sat down.
I already sent the collected data and our coordinates back to HQ. The police will also be involved. They'll be here within 15 minutes.
We don't have much time. We need to... I'm about to get up, but he grabs my arm.
Let's make the most out of these uninterrupted 15 minutes.
Shouldn't we worry about Thorin, though? I feel a cold touch at my ear after Xavier pulls out a pair of wireless earbuds.
There's just enough time for one song. Then we'll be in a hurry again.
Who invites a girl to listen to music with a wireless earbud? You should have offered me wired earbuds. That way, we'd be close enough that we couldn't drift apart.
I'm too tired to drift into a place that's far away from you.
I know, right, Ellie?
And
She's like, you
wouldn't,
missed your moment, buddy.
even if I could.
Outside the skylighting of a morning dawn. So it's like, what, 2040 something? Maybe it's difficult to get a hold of wired ones by now. He is. He's a little bit of an awkward nerd. Did you at least clean him first? As Xavier expected, updating the intel on what happened on campus is as tough as tracking down a wanderer. After leaving the Prestara University, Xavier unsurprisingly retreats to his bedroom. Meanwhile, I return to the association with the ether core fragments. He's gone for a nap, hasn't he? Not in those first. Oh, did you? Wait, did you? Oh no, you don't have the event yet, right? Are you gonna pull for this one? Are you gonna pull for the spicy card? Ellie's reaction to those has been my favorite thing this month. Oh, honestly, the time disparity between, like, when you guys get the event and when I get it is crazy. After a brief mission report, Captain Jenna warns me about our recklessness, but also commends us for successfully completing the mission. With the order to return home and rest, I time my visit to line up with Xavier's recharging period and bring supplies to the 6th floor. After several rings, he finally opens the door, his hair all tousled.
You're finally back.
You look like you just woke up. Why are you speaking as if we've been waiting for a while?
Well, you just saw me. How can you tell I haven't been waiting long?
He effortlessly reaches behind me and takes the plastic bag.
It felt like forever.
Oh, he just wants snack. Did you think for a moment she thought he was going for her hand, but instead... I slip on my slippers and head to the living room. He's already intently unpacking a bag full of food next to the coffee table. Yeah, refuel for more napping. Pulls out 2 food boxes from the plastic bag and removes them from their packaging.
Is this from that store downstairs at the association? You went back there?
You needed to recharge, so someone had to return that ether core fragment, right?
Right. Thanks, partner.
I think he doesn't realize how much time passes when he naps, does he? He's looking at Infold like... Oh, Captain Jenna wanted me to relay a message to you. Meanwhile, me and the rest of the Asia server were like, you know, that Pedro Pascal gif where he's just like, you know, casually enjoying the new event. Early.
What is it?
With mashed potatoes still in his mouth, Xavier looks up while the spoon is held between his lips. It's a warning. She said if you deliberately put her team member in danger again, she won't let you off the hook.
Got it. I'll remind her about settling the other 5 verbal warnings she gave me.
In that brief silence, he lowers his gaze and eats his mashed potatoes, 1 spoonful at a time.
Did Prestara University say anything?
Surveillance and witness protection are ongoing, but we still haven't found... Oh, so he escaped.
If we haven't found him by now, chances are we never will.
Jealous whisper. I don't even think I can get there right now until some more cards are released. Unless I get, like, those 3 I'm missing from Galaxy, I don't think, even if I get all my cards up to 80 right now, I can... I think I'll be, like, stuck on 90-something. He casually talks about it, but his words carry a mixture of indiscernible emotions. I decided not to dwell on it. That means you gotta do a photo shoot for the rings now, Lister. You have all the other guys at 55-ish and Xavier's at 69. What a week for him to reach that, too. You don't know where it's gone either. Oh, nope. He's gone. As I reflect upon everything, the vague, tangled clues pile up and cast a large shadow behind the clear image of Soren. Yay! I want to see. Getting out of his precarious situation unscathed isn't something he could accomplish on his own. Only a few groups can pull that off. Who's supporting him? Think Soren's working with Ever? After finishing a box of mashed potatoes, Xavier retrieves a snack of documents and sealed bag from under the coffee table. Inside the sealed bag is a tiny button-sized device. Can't help but pick it up. What is this?
Ulysses found it at the research center. He urgently sent it over. Initial tests show it has a radio frequency chip that can resonate with metaflux fluctuations.
Oh. This little thing is the culprit behind the RMFAMA's malfunction. And even the tool Soren used to lure in the Wanderer.
Yes.
The room falls silent again. I follow my trail of thoughts and speak up. You also use that device to recreate a plane of existence and overlap it with reality. You mentioned earlier that's something only your people know about.
That's right. But you know I don't like illusion stuff.
Yeah. He calmly says, I nod and put the sealed bag back on the table. Who can help him make that? Xavier doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he just pushes a stack of documents towards me.
Here's the latest analysis and theories based on what we know. It includes a list of groups with similar tech. Go through it, and you'll come to your own conclusions.
As always, he doesn't explain. It's as if he's already at the finish line with the answers. He's quietly waiting to see if I'll join him or choose a different path. However, I'm not content with following his lead this time. I place my hand over his and stop the documents he's pushing towards me in their track. I'll read these later. I'd rather trust what you have to say right now. After a brief pause, he purses his lips and finally meets my intense gaze.
It's ever.
Yeah. Dun dun dun! Ever. The big bad. Some of the backtrackers are also involved. They know everything you know, and they've had their eyes on you for some time, right?
Yes.
That makes them our common enemy, then. Outside, the leaves rustle and the wind slips in through the gap in the window. The curtains flutter. So if you remember, what we found out last week, they had, a whole section on Xavier and Raphael's evil. So they're very, very well aware of Xavier and Raphael. And then, of course, Caleb was there with MC2 growing up. My shadow merges with Xavier's, and it feels like an impenetrable door in his heart has opened up slightly. This time we're finally standing on the same side. Ever. Alright. Onward again. After several ether core fragments were retrieved, Special Operations shifted its focus onto Eva. Their involvement in every recent ether core incident was far too frequent to be a mere coincidence. The business conglomerate, which started in the biotech industry, isn't as clean as it appears at first glance.
Our positions aside, Ever's technological advancements are pretty impressive.
Simone sits next to me, sipping some ice cream into her mouth as she jabs the computer screen in front of me. At this moment, Ever's biannual product launch is about to be broadcasted worldwide.
They can achieve things proficiently with machines, when people with Evol couldn't.
Machines?
Andrew's voice came from behind a row of translucent displays.
Based on what I can tell, it's not possible for them to make consecutive technological breakthroughs in such a short period of time. Not through normal means, at least.
The frequency in ways Wanderers have been appearing these past few months continue to steadily increase.
During the broadcast, the spokesperson holds up a device that is about the size of a bottle cap.
We'd like to introduce to you our newly designed portable flux stabilizer. It can regulate the frequency of surrounding metaflux fluctuations, thereby stabilizing the protofield and reducing the likelihood of Wanderer materialization.
The audience erupts into a thunderous applause. Meanwhile, away from the screen, I exchange knowing glances with my team members. They aren't doing this out of the kindness of their heart. Sounds like it operates on the same principles as the devices that attract Wanderers, but it has the opposite effect. Ever made this gadget and we're supposed to believe it's for the greater good. As if. They aren't doing this out of the kindness of their heart. Simone frowns at the screen.
This is nothing but a blatant provocation. We barely had time to suspect something was off before they brought out this product launch.
Yeah, they're being brazen about it too. It's like they're daring us to keep investigating with what we know so far.
That's unlikely to happen.
Oh, Jenna? Yeah, tweak it and more wanderers will appear. Mm-hmm. As soon as Simone and I hear Captain Jenna's voice coming from the entrance, we stand behind the screens. Andrew nods at Jenna. Captain?
Captain. The fact that they're hosting a high-profile product launch means they've already covered their tracks. They wouldn't take this risk if there were a possibility of us finding incriminating evidence.
Jenna walks over to the command desk and places a thick folder on it. The three of us gather around her.
The analysis report for the previous fragments has just come out. Let's take a look.
She taps the command desk twice and a regular spherical structure appears before us.
They're from the same ether core. Based on its characteristics, we're officially naming it Spatium Core.
Oh, that's the thing we gobbled up last week, isn't it, I think? We accidentally absorbed it, didn't we? A Spatium Core that can manipulate space. I know of at least 3 different ether cores now. Yeah. As more ether cores appear, it's only a matter of time before the public becomes aware of this extraordinary energy surge. Like with Sylus, it's a hunger thing. With MC, I think it's a subconscious hunger. I don't think she even realizes it, does she?
It's just that the fragments of the Spatium Core are held together by some kind of gravitational pull.
She points to the center of several fragments.
Right here. One fragment is missing.
Jenna leans forward, looking at us again.
Special Operations' next objective is clear. We must recover this crucial ether core fragment before further complications arise.
Yes, Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Oh, right. There's something you need to know.
With quick reflexes, Simone intercepts Andrew, distracting him under the pretense of exploring new avenues for weapon enhancements with the recently collected data. When only we remain in the meeting room, Jenna pauses before activating her watch.
There's more. I couldn't talk about it during the meeting. But it's something you need to know.
A message is transmitted to my watch, her gesture. The words "Ever Secret Investigation Report" float in front of me.
A line in there involves what happened at your house that day.
Grandma.
Anyway, I've sent it to your hunter's watch. You can read it when you're home.
Understood. So at this point, she knows Eva probably had something to do with it because we already cleared Silas's name. Thick clouds swallow up the remaining patches of the sky. It's dark now, and the wind sweeps away the last remnants of the sunset. All that remains is a bleak white. The weather forecast said there'll be heavy rain. At some point, the streets have become quiet, as if people sensed the approaching storm and are now hiding. I can see the lighting in the distance as it flashes under the cloud. A thunder roars close again. I should go home. As I'm about to move, a sound presses against my heart like a string, sending a shiver down my spine. Uh-oh. Again? My heart responds to that eye. The call I hear becomes clearer. It's behind that, somewhere in the distance, lies the power of the ether core. Now, I think, yeah, we already suspect that that eye is likely Sylus every time, right? Looking in from potentially the future. Not necessarily this timeline where he's gazing in. Because in the Timelock as well, it had the building going up like that and sort of bits of it, you know, colliding with it. And hang on, probably show you. Give me a second. Very reminiscent of the scene. First one. Yeah, that. Looks a little bit like this, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna do Raph and Zayne today as well. So, yeah. Very, very much this. Right, did we do Vanishing? What we just did was Vanishing Skyward, right? Yeah. Nice landing there. Wait a minute, weren't there supposed to be... Whoa, I know, it skipped through the things for some... Yeah, I was like, hang on a second. Oh, this was Xavier's, right, that we just did? Oh wait, no, this is Zayne. Oh, yeah, it's a little confusing, this one, isn't it? So... Oh, and then... Wait, was Voyage of the Outcast what we just did? No, Thorns Under the Moon. Okay, there's another Xavier one as well. Yeah, well, yeah, when he arrived at the M109 zone, yeah, Ellie, yeah. The sound of the footsteps reverberates, a hollow echo upon the marble floor. Looking at Zayne once again sees that familiar silhouette of the girl. So, yeah, that was when he freed her the first time from the Gaia Research Center, I believe, yeah. But, he didn't stay with her, he left after. But potentially made sure she ended up with Grandma somehow. In the quiet hospital corridor, its walls greyish-blue and dimly lit by incandescent light. Only the girl stands bright and resolute. Yearning to call out to her, yet incapable of making a sound, he has no choice but quicken his pace. He runs after her. Yet at the moment, terrifying black crystals erupt from the surrounding walls.
No. Stop.
Without warning, the entire space distorts. Those sharp spikes hurtle towards the girl's throat. Panicking, she turns to face him. As her eye meets, her lips quiver in despair, softly whimpering the broken, desperate sound. So I think this might be the flashback to the what we saw in the Timelock. About when he accidentally hurt her when she was young. They were younger, maybe? And then she's shouting his name. Oh. Inside Axo's rehabilitation center, Zayne slowly opens his eyes. He's in a sleeping pod and his unfocused gaze slowly adjusts. Did you have another nightmare?
Yes.
Rubbing his temples, he sits up, and his eyes is a reflection of my concerned expression.
Don't worry. Lying down in a large box with eyes staring at me.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that could creep a person out.
If I could sleep well with that happening, then you'd actually have something to worry about.
Hey, I care about you. What else am I supposed to do? Someone hasn't gotten a good night's sleep ever since you returned from Mount Turtle. He also keeps using nightmares as an excuse. Really is having nightmares, though. After returning from Mount Turtle a few months ago, Zayne's health hasn't been good, and he's gotten to the point where he just can't sleep at all. However, he doesn't talk about what happened in the Arctic. The recurring nightmare is the only thing he'll willingly share with me. We still have a business trip next week. At this rate, the doctor might end up collapsing before his patient.
Even if I collapse, there will always be another doctor to take over. No matter what.
Press my finger against his lips as a warning. No matter how many doctors there are, they're for other people. My doctor is right here in front of me.
All right. I'll be careful and stay alive.
Jenny got cat hair everywhere earlier. Don't let my worries be a burden to you. I think you started having nightmares after I gave you that crystal fragment from the M109 zone. Zayne takes his coat from the coat rack beside the wall. Together we enter the corridor.
They aren't connected,
so don't overthink it. It's just a coincidence.
Is anything a coincidence in this story? I don't think so.
Speaking of which, there's been progress with the analysis of that crystal.
Mm-hmm. Is it related to Protocol syndrome?
At the moment, I've developed a hypothesis based on the data. I'll share the details with you once there are conclusive results.
Stepping into the elevator, I press a button for the ground floor. His reflection appeared on the closed doors, dark circles under his eyes, underlining a deeper weariness. Take your time, you should deal with your insomnia, sir.
Since I can't sleep, I might as well be productive with my time.
So it's not that doctors can't treat themselves, it's that they don't actually want to be treated. I ordered some milk for you. It'll be delivered to your place and should help you sleep. Also, the hypnotic music.
Are you referring to the lullaby playlist? Did you forget how old I am?
Sent him a whale tape or something. Just trying to help as a normal hunter. You don't have to listen to me, Dr. Zayne.
Since I am your one and only doctor, I should listen to you.
We step out of the elevator and my watch begins to ring. Someone's calling me. I gesture to Zayne and then move to the side to answer it. Captain Jenna.
Hey, are you available right now? We've detected beta protocurve activity in a certain location.
Uh-oh. After a brief explanation, Captain Jenna quickly ends the call.
Why are you frowning? Did something happen?
My mission got an update. I need to check in with Captain Jenna, so I might not be able to have dinner with you. As I'm about to sprint to the hospital's main entrance, a pair of hands land on my shoulder and steer me in a different direction.
Don't run just yet. I'll drive you there.
Probably easier. Ugh. Did he just... I think he did, yeah. Not often though, right? Upon arriving at the association, I find the Alpha Team's office engulfed in silence. Only Jenna stands before the control desk. Her gaze is fixed on a few zoomed-in photos that are being projected.
Perfect timing. Let's look at these together.
She waves her hand, and those photos are pushed towards me. As I approach to get closer, a closer look, it becomes very evident that a distinct figure appears in every picture. The figure is also marked with conspicuous colors, which show traces of beta protocurve. All of them are from the same wanderer.
Yes, including this morning. Andrew has found its traces 5 times. Beta protocurve activity was detected in every instance.
That means it's related to an ether core.
It could very well be carrying one, or an ether core fragment.
Another screen comes into view, showcasing an array of data and information. And positioned at the center is a blurred image of a wanderer.
This wanderer can move by distorting space, and we haven't captured a complete image of it yet. However, the Intel department made a discovery. In areas where it did appear, many patients with protocore syndrome have fallen into a coma. Some even go into shock.
She sounds so much older than she looks, it throws me off a bit. She's our senior. My gaze then falls to the left side of the screen. The text reads, location, Tensia City.
I'll be heading to Chansha City next week.
Oh,
there are a few patients with a severe case of protocore syndrome, so they require Oxo Hospital's assistance for their treatment.
So we're heading to the same place. Those patients that Zayne mentioned might actually be victims of this wanderer.
Right now, we suspect there's a connection between these 2 incidents. We could start looking into those patients. And it just so happens that Oxo Hospital will send a medical team to Chansha City next week.
Captain, I'd like to make a request. Let me join the medical team as a hunter escort to investigate the wanderer.
Your request has been approved. Our Chansha branch has also started its own operation. Your mission is to confirm whether or not there are signs of an ether core. You can contact us anytime if you need help. We'll be there to offer whatever assistance we can.
Understood. I'll be careful. As I leave the association, Zayne's figure appears in the distance. He's been patiently waiting by the road. Just as I'm about to walk over, a massive bouquet of white roses suddenly appears and engulfs my vision.
Miss, I've heard so much about you.
It's
an
that
honor
guy.
to finally meet you in person.
Mm-hmm. And you are?
I'm sorry. I almost forgot that this is our first meeting. But you should have already received my business card a few days ago, along with the flowers.
The man has a gentle gaze, as if to be friendly. He extends his other hand
I'm
towards
Carter,
me.
from Xander Sciences.
Mm-hmm. You remember Carter from last week. I recall seeing a business card that had mysteriously appeared on my desk not too long ago. It was accompanied by an attention-grabbing deliveries as well. Throw him in the trash along with the bouquet. Hiss. That son of a bitch. Oh, that was from you. She's the disinterest she has in this man.
Thanks to your efforts in apprehending those protocore merchants, Xander Sciences was able to recover a valuable batch of protocores.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Many patients were saved as a result. Naturally, I wanted to express my gratitude. I wonder if you'll do me the honor of having dinner with me, miss?
I'd rather die. BG-free cat, hiss, hiss, I say.
She already has plans for tonight.
Zayne coming in for the rescue there. A hand pushes away the bouquet. Zayne then pulls me to his side and he moves to stand between me and Carter. Upon seeing Zayne's face, Carter's expression noticeably darkens.
What a coincidence, Zayne. It's been such a long time since we last saw each other. Why don't the three of us have dinner together?
Freeze a crowd.
My treat.
My gaze quickly shifts from Carter's smile to Zayne's indifferent eyes. I sort of understand what's going on. I'm sorry, Mr. Carter. The association strictly prohibits hunters from accepting dinner invitations for work purposes.
Let's go.
Just as I'm about to turn around, Bouquet blocks my path again.
Miss, I understand there are rules about not having dinner, but the flowers didn't do anything wrong, right?
Take a hint, man. Before I have the opportunity to decline, Zayne swiftly takes the roses. He glances at them. With a blank expression, he gives the roses back to Carter.
They're much appreciated. Unfortunately, there's no room for them in my car.
Miss Hunter?
With Zayne holding my arm, I leave. Carter persistently follows us. Take a hint, man.
Actually, I'm here to give you a reminder. The outside world isn't as safe as Lincoln. Be careful when you're traveling.
Seatbelt.
Zayne turns the steering wheel and the car joins the stream of flowing traffic. I understand that. I'm also that kind of person who, if someone does not wear a seatbelt in the car, I start to get really anxious about it, and I will annoy them until they put it on. Because road safety is important, guys. This guy just seems to know you pretty well. Are you acquainted with him? And Xander Sciences. Feels like I've heard that name from somewhere. So Raymond.
Your colleague praised you, saying there are things only the two of you can do. I'm very curious now.
So, if you don't remember Raymond, he was the one from the earlier story chapters who had the mysterious painting from Raphael that sent him mad. And he also had that, you can see that Lumerian skeleton that they claimed was just art. It's actually Lumerian skeleton because he was experimenting on them. Raphael killed him with painting, basically. You can only assume it's some sort of form of revenge for what Raymond had done to his people.
Xander Sciences will provide you with the best staff, the best lab, and even the best treatment.
So it's not even a surprise that Raymond has something to do with all of this, given his decor. The person Raymond mentioned when we were at his place, that's Carter, right?
We studied under the same professor. That's it. The paths we're walking are completely different.
You two aren't very like-minded from what I can tell. I also feel like he's a bit crazy. Bit of a creep.
Oh?
You see that, like, relieved expression on his face when she said that? What's so funny? You know me. He always attaches a card to the bouquet he sends. Keeps asking me to be his patient. Think some people want to steal a patient from a doctor. He needs more help than I do. And him being weird, well, let me put it this way. It's not inexplicable.
Indeed. What you've said is correct.
Ah, okay. So we both agree he's a creepy little weirdo.
He's crazy. But when he told you to be careful while traveling, I doubt that was a simple, friendly reminder.
Uh-huh. Sounded a little foreboding, didn't it? Just as I'm about to tell Zayne about my trip, I think twice and I shake my head and smile. Maybe Carter was annoyed by how we were ignoring him. That's why he tried to scare us. Right, it really does, doesn't it? Sometimes it's great to go back into the previous stories and just all that context that you missed the first time. Zayne glances at me, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He doesn't say anything else about this topic. Like, of course he wanted to become her doctor. He worked forever. Trying to get their claws into her again. In the bustling airport, Grayson is stunned. Several seconds pass before he finally blinks.
So, you're our hunter escort this time?
Pleased with Grayson's reaction, I can't help but imagine what expression Zayne will have when he sees me later. I move close to him and shake my plane ticket. What's that?
Do you want to know the truth?
Whoa, that went so fast. While Grayson's tone sounds light-hearted, a subtle tinge of concern appears on his expression.
They say the hospitals are doing an academic exchange. But in reality, we're going there to help them.
Ellie wants
Why
Grayson
else would
to
they
be the
send
sixth
such
lead.
a large team? Or even request a hunter escort for that matter?
Yeah, his face, he looks like a baby, but he talks like a middle-aged man, doesn't he? Having Zayne fly all the way there, the situation must be pretty bad.
Actually, the main problem is with one of the patients.
Grayson lowers his voice and leans in closer.
His biopsy results show that the crystals in his heart have a certain shape and structure that's different from the ones you'd see with protocore syndrome. Also, when he was admitted to the hospital, he caused a metaflux burst.
Yep, that's not good. As if worried I wouldn't believe him, Grayson takes out his phone and shows me they got a video of it.
My friend who works at Chancha Hospital sent me this. All the flux stabilizers in the ER went down. It was a mess.
Someone's potentially trying to sabotage all the patients. Maybe he has 5 babies in a coat using a voice changer. I'd believe it. What do you mean, what's even going on, Chad? We're playing Love and Deepspace today. In the video, the sound of an alarm fills the air, and the light flickers uncontrollably. Despite the shaky, blurred footage, the chaotic nature of the scene is unmistakable. An abnormal heart, sunburst metaflux. A picture begins to form in my mind, something strangely familiar. Familiar to, us. What do you mean, Chat XP?
Thankfully, no wanderers showed up. But it's strange considering how high the fluctuation index was.
The fluctuation index only tells us the chances of a wanderer appearing. It's not guaranteed. But given the nature of the energy fluctuation, it's weird not a single wanderer appeared. I watched the video again to search for anything I might have missed. I don't know, I can't see it, whatever it is. There's something on the YouTube chat side, I can't see it. Is the metaflux a result of a patient being exposed to that wanderer and beta protocurve? Why does my mouse keep appearing? I can't click it properly when that happens. Oh, yeah, it looks like whoever's chatting the most, I think.
Sure. What would you like to see?
You shouldn't make assumptions when things are still uncertain.
That's the only correlation I've noticed with it, at least, and who it's been shifting to. As Grayson and I lean in, a hand suddenly appears between us. Grayson slightly nudged to the side. With one smooth motion, the hand takes the phone, turns off the screen, and then places it back in Grayson's hand.
Shansha Hospital was built a long time ago. It's not uncommon for their flux stabilizers to experience malfunctions.
I don't know, it seems related to that video.
As for the patient's biopsy results, they need to be further analyzed along with other reports. It's too early to jump to any conclusions.
No, because there were no donations or anything today, so it gotta be related to chat frequency. I think it's just related to chat frequency. I lock eyes with Zayne. He stands before me with one hand resting on the handle of his suitcase. Oh, you can super chat as well, though. Oh. So there's a couple of different factors then. I don't think I got a news update about it this morning. Or anything like that. I hold up a paper bag. Do you want a black tea cake or an egg sandwich? You can only choose one.
I'll have the cake.
Oh, thanks for the super chat, Ellie. Did it bump you up at all? I'd take them both, me.
Did you arrive at the airport early to buy breakfast?
Maybe. When did I ever say that? I retrieve my suitcase from behind a chair and proudly present my ID as a hunter escort to Zayne. Oh, did we not tell her? Surprise! Contrary to my expectations, I see no traces of astonishment in his expression. Instead, he calmly hands me a hot latte.
Have you ever thought about who approved and signed your escort application and ID request?
Fair enough. Oh, weird. I'll try and find more information about it tonight. Yeah, maybe they'll probably give me an article or something today. Testing! Mr. Kuro's just sat there chuckling with the #1 spot. Yeah, like I said, I don't know much about it, so I can't really give you much information right now. I can only look into it after stream. I can't pause things now, just to look into it. Wriggle, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. The super chat with a super cat. It's Jesse. They made the chat a gacha game. It's nice that they're adding more features. I guess it's kind of... Twitch did a similar system, didn't they? Like, ranking system thing recently. I guess it's to counter that. I like that we can heart super chat too, yeah. The flight takes several hours. Eventually the plane lands in Chancellor Airport. Boarding the shuttle sent by Chancellor Hospital, the medical team immediately heads to their destination. The chief has surgery, his hair already starting to grey. Exchanges pleasantries with Zayne before quickly delving into discussion about the patient.
You're on ECMO. After the open heart surgery, adhesions began to develop.
It could be a partner-only thing right now. There's enough live streams on YouTube now. Yeah, and I feel like not just vertical. One of the issues I had with how they said they were going to update this year was that just they focus on vertical. But, you know, what about normal gaming streaming? Why are we only focusing on that mobile aspect ratio, you know? Also, yeah, it could be. Maybe it has to calculate it. Yeah, that's very possible, Ellie. Because usually it takes YouTube like a day to process all the payment. Like, they don't even show up on my dashboard until like a day or two later. It's not like Twitch where it shows up straight away. It has nothing to do with this game, Chad. This game has no YouTube integration. Maybe partial rollout? Yeah, it could be. Sometimes they roll stuff out slowly.
And this morning, we saw the crystals spreading. They're very close to the lungs now.
That's not good.
Then we'll have to perform surgery as soon as possible.
Zayne quickly flipped through the patient's medical record while putting marks on the paper.
Crystal extraction is already a complex procedure. Those adhesions... We're worried the patient won't be in a stable condition while under anesthesia.
This is our only option. We must perform the surgery.
It's interesting that surgically it's very risky to remove the crystals, but Sylus was able to do it what felt like somewhat effortlessly with Luke and Kieran. in removing that. Because of his energy manipulation powers. They need to get him at the hospital. To help people out who have this syndrome. Yeah. Because he can, Ellie, he can manipulate atoms. He can turn people into dust. Can absorb them. Yeah, Luke and Kieran, they initially wanted to kill him after they escaped Eva. They find Sylus, obviously fail. Sylus helps him out, and they then start working for him.
Let's
And now there is
reassess the
little
patient's
minions
health
slash
and proceed
sons.
once his physical condition allows it.
Oh no, he's dead anyway. That would be his reaction, to be fair. Let's reassess the patient's health and proceed once his physical condition allows it. A few hours later, the surgical lights are turned on in the operating room. The rhythmic sounds of medical equipment reverberate, led by Zayne. A team of medical staff focuses on the surgery at hand. You only read a little bit where they started to work for him. You haven't seen anything about him curing them. It should be in the underworld, text. Yeah, there's a whole, like, story of, Luke and Kieran. Yeah. So that whole section that's about Luke and Kieran. Yeah. Their gazes are fixed on a large screen. On it, a pair of hands uses a scalpel to meticulously remove the tiny crystals. Yeah, they decided to go after him and then stuff happened. After ensuring there's no unusual activity, I make my way back to the glass, because before meeting him, they only had 2 months left to live, and it's been 2 years since then.
Dr. Zayne is brave for taking on such a risky case.
Captain Willow?
We meet again.
During my previous visit to the city, we worked together. Our exchanging formalities, she shows me the updated data. In a matter of seconds, a record of a wanderer's recent activities appears on my watch's built-in 3D map. It manages to traverse the entire city in 5 minutes. I've never seen a wanderer move that fast before. Captain Jenna said there's no clear image of the wanderer. Yet, do you have any new leads? What makes me... I also wonder if, like, was he able to just absorb the crystal? Because he, like, absorbs protocols, right? And if the crystals are... what types of protocol? Maybe he can just absorb them?
We did some comparisons. Aside from the protocorps not aligning, the Wanderer closely resembles Mist.
Oh. Oh dear. Because we still don't know the full extent of Sylus' powers as well. To be fair, Zayne's as well. But if you look at all the data, the traits this Wanderer exhibits are different from the Mist I've seen.
Yeah. I don't know what got into it, and how it managed to hide so well.
Does that make the twins' emergency reaction? I mean, I'm assuming they don't have any crystals anymore, right? I do wonder if it's partly related to why they wear a mask. Like, did the crystals mess up their face? Because we've never actually seen them without the mask, have we? Perhaps the Epicor made it to mutate or something. Suddenly, discussion erupts next to us. It draws my and Willow's attention to the screen. A scale like tiny crystals that's slowly being peeled away from the edge of a blood vessel.
Surgeons have some steady hands, huh?
Oof, that crystal. It's exactly like the ones on the monsters in the N109 zone. The ones that had the human face. They must have noticed it too. Regaining my composure, I immediately look at him. Under the surgical cap, his eyes remain calm and focused. He continues with the procedure until the crystal is placed onto the surgical tray.
Ultrasound. Yes, it came off. Any bleeding? No. Let's wrap it up.
Applause erupts throughout the observation room and relief washes over me. However, I feel a strange, unusual tremor in my chest. Something's rapidly expanding. Metaflux. The alarm for the flux stabilizers resounds throughout the entire operating room. Captain Willow and I exchange looks and immediately get to work. She starts evacuating the spectators while I run to the intercom. Zayne, a wanderer is about to appear. You need to move.
Dr. Zayne, the patient's blood pressure is dropping. Increase the adrenaline to 0.1 micrograms.
The alarm becomes louder. I immediately pull out my gun and aim at the area where the energy fluctuation has peaked. The faint energy fluctuation dissipates, yet the tremors I feel in my chest show no signs of subsiding. Zayne, you need to leave, or else it'll be too late.
The patient's vitals are unstable. Moving them isn't feasible right now.
I'm actually a princess of House
Mute it for me.
and I'm married to a Tarask named Jonathan.
Falcon, thank you so much for the coffee tip, getting us to, wow, 93% of our goal already this week. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We got some munchkin hype in the chat for Falcon there. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good one today. Welcome on in. Thank you. Through the glass, Zayne looks up at me, his gaze calm as ever.
Press the accumulating metaflux with your evil.
I meet Zayne's gaze that carries a subtle attempt to comfort me. My attention turns to Grayson and the others, who are visibly worried. They wait for my response. I'll do my best.
Give me 5 minutes. Let's continue.
Big difference between like Zayne and Dawnbreaker there. Zayne staying in danger to protect the patient, whereas I feel like Dawnbreaker, maybe you would have just killed the patient at this point already. Using my evil and flux stabilize, and the flux stabilizers, I successfully buy the necessary time for Zayne to finish stirring.
Mute it for me. Night Star, and I'm married to a Tarask.
Oh my
named
goodness!
Jonathan. Anything else you'd like to know?
I'd never want. Thank you so much, Falcon, for the coffee tip, getting us past 100% there. My goodness, thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. Wow, we smashed it early this week, guys. Thank you. I got some munchkin hype in the chat for Falcon there. Thank you so much. Oh, that's very kind of you. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well today. When the surgery ends, metaflux suddenly dissipates as if what happened earlier was just an illusion. Other medical staff will handle the follow-up procedures. I change out of my sterile suit. Just as I'm catching my breath, Zayne pulls me into the lounge where there's no one around.
Give me your left hand. I'll do a quick evil examination.
Zayne sets down a metal tray, picks up a cotton ball soaked in medicine and begins to disinfect my hand. I'm fine. I might have overdone it, but my use of evil is better than before.
While that is how you feel, I suggest waiting for the results and listening to what your primary care physician has to say. Also,
Cool sensation emanates from the palm of my hand as he holds my fingers. He applies patches to each one. Getting scolded again.
you should be well aware that the metaflux earlier wasn't something an ordinary wanderer could generate.
You knew since the beginning.
Don't tell me you actually believed I thought you were a hunter escort whose sole purpose is to protect us.
Of course, you and Dr. Noah have known about the existence of Ethicores for a while now. Straightening my posture, I start thinking. You noticed it during the surgery, right? That the crystals were very similar to the sample I gave you. I'm almost 100% sure that the wanderer that attacked this patient is related to the Ethicore. It's possible the Ethicore made those monsters in the N109 zone transform into their current state.
Not necessarily.
The examination machine beeps. Zayne observes the fluctuating numbers displayed on the screen as he continues to speak.
The ether core shouldn't be what's causing the mutations. Your heart's integration with one is a perfect example. Given the extent of the mutation you've described, I'm more inclined to believe that someone attempted to be smart, but ended up failing in the process.
He knows, we know he knows a lot more about this than he's letting on. Are you saying someone is responsible for the appearance of these monsters and this patient's condition?
I'm merely
It's
speculating.
definitely ever.
Don't forget, in this world, many forces covet the ether core. You haven't met all of them yet.
You're right.
All is well.
The machine beeps, which indicates the end of the examination. Zayne carefully removes the patches from my hand and puts them away. In the quiet room, the second hand of the wall clock moves quietly, plucking the faint light enveloping us. I can't help but yawn. Told you I was fine. If I have to say there's a problem. And I'm feeling a little tired now.
Watching a surgery must have been boring.
Not at all, actually. It's my first time seeing you perform surgery. You look cool. Taking a paper bag from the table, he settles on one on the side of the couch. He grabs a sandwich and pulls it out of his clean hand.
The hospital cafeteria is closed. We'll have to make do with what's available to us.
While the chaos has subsided, the persistent scent of disinfectant lingers in my nostrils. While my body is tired, my mind is still excited. I decided to direct my excess energy to the surgeon himself. Weren't you listening to me before? Someone said he'll learn to accept compliments from others.
I accept your compliment.
I think that's you don't see him smile often. The sandwich bread is already flat and no longer looks appetizing. With the finesse of a seasoned chef, Zayne lifts the bread and removes the greasy bacon. He then proceeds to discard the wilted lettuce, leaving only the ham slices, red cabbage, and shredded pork that have withstood the test of time. Today will be very memorable for me. Not only did I see you perform surgery for the first time, but I also had the privilege of observing a sandwich undergo surgery.
I've just removed the parts that experienced excessive nutrient loss and would have impacted digestion.
Is nutrient one of the things you researched? Is there anything Dr. Zayne can't master?
I have to admit that when it comes to accepting compliments, I'm not very good in front of you. But I suppose there's a chance for you to teach me in person.
Looking at me with a meaningful expression, Zayne places the surgery-affected sandwich into my hand and then pulls out his phone. Baffled, I lean in as I watch as Zayne taps on a message notification. He opens up a new medical team group chat that was created earlier today. Grayson shared a group photo there where the medical staff, their smiles tinged with weariness, hold glass vessels that are visibly cracked. Were these cracked by the energy I couldn't contain when I lost my target? Uh-oh.
You overdid it, yes.
Whoop.
But the medical staff said you're the most surprising hunter they've ever seen.
They don't need to go that far. Embarrassed, I sheepishly laugh. I quickly shift my attention to eliminating the sandwich. Before Zayne can speak, his phone abruptly starts ringing. Why does his phone sound like an alarm? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Zayne freezes. Surprise appears on his face.
The patient woke up?
I'm guessing they weren't supposed to. When Zayne, Grayson, and I arrive at the entrance to the ICU, a nurse approaches us.
Do you know why he regained consciousness so quickly?
We're not sure. He shouldn't have woken up already. Look at this, Dr. Zayne. All his vital signs are improving.
Zayne and Grayson change into sterile suits and enter the ward. I wait outside.
Can you hear me? Do you remember where we are? Look at my finger.
I really wasn't expecting him to save the patient when they were at death's door.
Mr. Carter.
Hello. We meet again, miss.
With the sudden appearance of Carter, I cautiously step to the side. However, he greets me with a smile. He raises both of his hands.
Don't get the wrong idea. I wasn't following you. This patient happens to be an important client of Xander Sciences. After hearing about the incident, I decided to pay him a visit.
You weren't there when he was in critical condition? I don't think he's that important to you.
What do you mean?
He leans against the wall and casually looks at the glass door.
If it weren't for Xander Sciences, his fragile heart would have stopped a long time ago. What we're pursuing is far more stunning and ambitious than these petty solutions.
Is that so? Observing my indifferent reaction, Carter furrows his brow. A hint of disappointment appears on his face.
Aren't you curious about the kind of work we're doing?
I'm not. Shakes his head, and his usual pretentious smile graces his face again.
It's okay. You'll be interested someday. After all, only Xander Sciences can provide answers to the questions about your heart.
Casually dropping that in, huh? Frowning, I suppress the urge to ask more. I redirect my attention back to the ward.
Hey, Dr. Zayne wants you inside.
Grayson hurriedly walks out and hands me a sterile suit.
Excuse me, this is the ICU. For the patient's sake, we kindly request that unrelated individuals leave.
Having no intention of paying any more attention to Carter, I change into the sterile suit and enter the room. The man is lying down on the bed and has his eyes half open. His voice is weak, yet infused with tangible excitement.
I'm back. I'm back.
All his vital signs appear to be normal. However, under normal circumstances, a person wouldn't recover this quickly.
As Zayne talks, he directs a meaningful look at me.
More anomalies may occur. Stay on your toes.
Acknowledging his warning, I nod and move to the bed, introduce myself, and state the purpose of my visit. I then proceed to ask my questions. Davis, you said you are back. Where were you?
It trapped me. I couldn't get out.
Oh, no.
It was like a nightmare.
Like what we were stuck in with
I couldn't
Xavier.
wake up.
I turn on my watch and pull up a picture of me. When you say it, do you mean this?
Yes. It was that thing.
Seems like it.
It was inside of me. But it wasn't.
What kind of dream did you have, sir? Suddenly, the vital monitor starts beeping loudly. The man on the bed begins convulsing as if something started to choke him. Metaflux, Zayne. I quickly pull out my gun and sense a more intense fluctuation. It surges and engulfs the entire room
Grayson,
instantly.
Transfer the patient to another room and prepare for resuscitation.
Unexpectedly, a rift appears and reveals a shadowy figure of a wanderer. Moving myself to the front of the bed, I point my gun at the wanderer. However, it disappears in the blink of an eye. A second later, it materializes like a phantom in another location.
Hey, behind you.
Evading its flash, I aim my gun at the center of the fluctuation. However, a tremor overwhelms my chest. I barely feel any pain, only a dense white fog that surges before me and obscures my vision. The ward dissipates as if my surroundings are transforming into another realm. The last thing I see is Zayne rushing towards me. Zayne, watch out. Pulling us into it, I guess. How many protofields are we gonna get trapped in? We're having an unlucky week. Feels as though my body's plummeting into a thick fog. The sensation of weightlessness threatens to push my heartbeat out of my chest. Amidst the chaos, I muster all my strength to find something, anything to hold on to. And after what feels like forever, my feet touch the solid ground. My surroundings become clear. Bathed in a dim, feeble light, a long corridor appears before me. Its end remains hidden in mist. Am I at a hospital? No. I feel a faint tremor in my chest. A familiar energy fluctuation surges with the mist. It drags me somewhere. This fluctuation is from an ether core. I'm probably in the Wanderer's protofield. As I stand in an empty space, the sound of approaching footsteps reaches my ears. Turning around, I notice a dark figure. Zayne? An onslaught of sharp ice crystals materializes around me. They're ready to pierce my heart. Oh, Zayne's nightmare? The ground beneath me disappears, and I find myself falling into a sense of weightlessness again. As I float in this world, blurred lights and sounds rush past me like an avalanche. Within the boundaries of darkness is a pair of hands that gently lifting my tired soul. I struggle to open my eyes, after feeling steady. My steady heartbeat. For several seconds, I sit up on the bed.
You're awake.
Oh, he's in the Dawnbreaker outfit. By the floor-to-ceiling window stands a figure wearing black clothing. He turns around. Behind him are dilapidated buildings and the sunset's tender light. Zayne? The figure takes another step, his appearance overlapping with the dark figure I had seen before. I move back.
How are you feeling?
After hesitating for a moment, I reach out and touch his cheek. Trace his eyebrows and the contours of his face. I recognize the features I know so well. In his silence, he remains motionless. He just looks at me. I'm fine. I think I just had a dream. Perhaps it's the influence of the protofield that caused me to have those strange illusions. Shaking my head. To clear my thoughts, I shift my focus to the room. The cracked greyish-white walls enclose a space where a sofa, holographic screen, refrigerator, and various functional home appliances exist in close proximity. Like the home of someone who struggles with living a normal life.
Do you remember what happened in the ward?
The wanderer that suddenly appeared, the tremor in my heart, and Zayne running towards me. My memories gradually find their way back to my mind. Are we still in the wanderer protofield?
Yes.
Following Zayne's gaze, I get up from the bed and join him in looking out the window. As the final remnants of twilight vanish, the city stands before us under a light blue sky. Its desolation is evident. This place is a rusted skeleton of its former self. And although it's faint, the energy fluctuations around us are similar to an ether core. This wanderer's protocol must possess an ether core's energy. But in my dream, as if the chill from those ice crystals still lingers in the air, I grip my arms more tightly.
You're awake now. Remember that whatever you dreamt about was only a dream.
A blanket is draped over my shoulder. I reach out, but he walks away before I can touch him. Zayne opens a refrigerator, revealing a collection of peculiar bottles with mysterious liquids in a jar half filled with chocolate. Kinda seems like it, yeah. After opening the jar, he offers a few pieces to me. Their packaging unexpectedly fancy, like the black crystals are definitely related to Dawnbreaker, yeah. I'm not hungry.
According to my perception of time, you've been unconscious for 2 days.
Oh.
If you don't eat or drink something, I'm afraid you won't have the energy to find the Wanderer.
Okay, he makes a good point. From the chocolate and yeah, jars of liquid too, yeah. The scent of chocolate saturates the air and ignites my appetite. What if the Wanderer launches a surprise attack while we're resting? Despite my words, I find myself sinking into the worn-out couch. I unwrap the chocolates with Zayne. Dawnbreaker drank the liquid and the chocolate was a gift. I look up and my gaze falls upon a bit of vibrant green on the desk. It's a flower pot with jasmine in it. Sticks out like a sore thumb in this desolate world. And it kind of makes sense that his world would be kind of like desolate and broken in comparison to Zayne's, which is full of life. While the branches and leaves retain their green hue, the stem has already started to wither. Is it normal to see jasmines in a wanderer's protofield?
What are you implying?
And the patient who was attacked by the Wanderer fell into a nightmare. They were trapped in their own dream. In other words, the environments we're currently seeing in the protofield must be a manifestation of someone's dream. And I don't even remember ever seeing anything there. This is your dream.
Are there any comments you'd like to make about it?
Even in a world as broken as this, chocolate still exists. I expect nothing less from you.
Shouldn't you be saying something like, "Thank goodness it's Zayne's dream. We can still eat chocolate."
Zayne, who's wearing nothing but black clothes, appears somewhat strange. Maybe this is how he sees himself in his dreams. There's also that, like, contrast, isn't there, between the two of them, where Zayne tends to wear more, like, brightly colored clothes, and Dawnbreaker's always sort of in the black suit.
I have dreamt of this place. However, the jasmine hasn't wilted yet, and the world itself isn't in such a dilapidated state.
Oh, so it gets worse. Is this a nightmare you've been having? Zayne is quiet for a while before responding in a soft voice. I mean, it would make sense, because with Xavier, it was also, like, his kind of, like, nightmare as well, his memory, wasn't it? Zayne is a chocoholic confirmed, absolutely.
Yes.
Don't be scared, dreams are the opposite of reality. Oh, you sweet summer child. I offer the unwrapped chocolate to his lips. Try it, who knows, maybe the chocolate in your nightmares doesn't even taste like chocolate. He lowers his head and eats the chocolate.
It's carrot flavored.
Liar. He looks out the window again, where there's a silhouette of birds that fly across the darkening sky.
Since dreams are the opposite of reality, perhaps I'm not a doctor in this one.
And we knows that much. Oof. Everything is a hazy blur in dreams, yet in Zayne's dream, the flowers, trees, streets, and shops appear with remarkable clarity. Everything's kind of frosted over, too, isn't it? I can't help but wonder how long this dream has haunted him, incessantly replaying itself to the point where every detail is fleshed out.
While it resembles my dreamscape, I can tell it's a proto-field. Over there.
He guides me to the entrance of the narrow alley. The road ahead is covered in thick fog, as if we've reached the edge of the dream itself. From the fog, a cluster of black crystals has emerged. It blooms like a flower as tall as a 3-story building. It blocks the path. It's a protocol cluster.
It regenerates very quickly after it's broken. I'd say it's as good as new within a few seconds. Yes, I tried destroying it before you woke up.
You need to know what happened in Dawnbreaker's world. I don't know, it's like... I got the impression that Dawnbreaker was just a sort of, like, another side of him living in his mind, so to speak. But I haven't finished all the reading yet, so that my opinion there could change. Rather than him being, like, a separate present, a separate, like, Zayne, if that makes sense. As I recall my past battles, a hypothesis forms in my mind. I mean, because they're kind of... Well, they're both sort of living in the world simultaneously at the moment, aren't they? Just sharing the same body. But Zayne has all these, like, nightmares and flashbacks to previous, versions of himself, doesn't he, as well? Yeah. It could be, yeah, maybe. I cannot hear you. It's somehow connected, yeah. I think I know what's going on here. There must be another protocol cluster in this proto-field, and they provide energy to each other. You blame Astra. That much. Yeah. Likely. Whatever has been going on, it's Astra's fault. Yeah. We need to destroy both of them to leave this proto-field.
Eating sweets certainly makes one smarter.
Yeah, Astra came up a lot in that, in the recently added story branch too. I gestured towards them. Though I'm only slightly smarter than you. Chuckling, Zayne pulled down my hand. Since this is your dream, do you think you'll know where the other protocol cluster
When
is?
you're in a proto-field, using evol in a scientific matter is more effective than dreaming.
The protofield is practically drenched in erratic energy fluctuations, yet amidst the entanglement of protocurves, I detect one that stands out. I open my eyes and point in a direction. From what I've sensed, the second protocol cluster should be on the other side of the protofield. Similar energy fluctuations appear from another direction. I look at Zayne. Which one would you like to pick? Zayne looks into the distance. I don't know if I imagined it or not, but some sort of emotion stirred in his eyes.
The one that's farthest away.
Far into the city is cloaked in black mist, resembling a gaping maw of a beast hidden in the shadows. Nope, I want that one. I understand this is your dream, so you know where the dangers are, but are you going to face them alone again?
This is my dream. I can get to my destination faster than you.
But your dream isn't exactly being nice to you right now. Maybe the more you try to use it, the more it'll use you instead. Let me go instead.
You.
Don't push yourself when you're in trouble. I got your back. This is a tip from your hunter escort. Smiling, I take a step back and pat his back. Without waiting for Zayne to respond, I weave and start walking.
Don't push yourself. That's a tip from your primary care physician.
Behind me, I hear a soft sigh, followed by Zayne's words that are tinged with worry. Turning around, I catch a glimpse of him standing in the shadows. He's far away now, so I can't clearly see his expression. I press my lips into a thin line and nod. Regardless of whether it's him or me, we know we'll always support each other. As the girl walks away, her figure disappearing from the fork in the road, Zayne turns his gaze towards the alley's depth. Within the thick fog, a broken street light flickers intermittently. He raises his hand, parts of the mist detach themselves from the air, spiraling and condensing. They coalesce into icicles above his palm. Dark impurities silently emerge from within them, but they stop spreading just as they're about to breach the outermost layer of white crystals. As if a looming black hole threatens to consume everything pure and white, yet a thin, unwavering layer of pristine ice remains resolute in being the last line of defense. Shadows stretch, and in the boundless fog ahead, the protocol cluster awaits his arrival like a slumbering wanderer. Within the mist, a cold wind materializes as aggressive figures sluggishly stir. The ice crystals in his palm slice the air and seemingly hit nothing, but the protocol cluster shimmers for a fleeting moment. As more wanderers emerge, their roar resounds and the figures phase in and out. The ice solidifies into sharp blades. Zayne delivers his attack with decisive precision. Blades of ice tear through the darkness and a pungent scent permeates the air. The ground beneath his feet slowly transforms. It turns soft and slimy like sludge, stubbornly clinging to his legs. Dazed, Zayne looks down, peering through the mist and layers of unclear ice. His gaze falls onto his palm. A bloody hue taints his hand, and an eerie shadow is cast over his senses. He's momentarily transported back to that bone-chilling nightmare. Zayne is shocked. He looks up and knows who's standing before him. The tension is palpable, gripping him.
William?
William.
It's too late. Please.
He has a lot of regrets about William. In the howling city wind, Zayne hears his heavy breath. Once again, he's returned to the endless snow-covered expanse of Mount Tyrannel. Bloody tears stream down from William's empty eye socket, and then an array of faces emerges from the cluster protection. Okay, so it was not pretty. It was not pretty when that happened to William.
Aren't you going to celebrate my birthday with me?
No wonder he has nightmares.
Did you kill me? Aren't you a doctor? You should have saved me. Why didn't you save me and my child?
It's the same William, I believe.
Zayne, please.
He's suffocating, he's trapped, his head is spinning. Zayne notices his fingers are trembling uncontrollably. He staggers back only to trip over something again.
It's just an illusion. It's not real. It's not.
More and more hands stretch out towards him. They're frozen. The space around him shatters and distorts into mirrors. It's basically like the people he couldn't save. Yeah. So, he's dressed as Dawnbreaker now, but he's Zayne at the moment, just in sort of Dawnbreaker's nightmare. Yeah, everything's kind of like clashing together, it seems. Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's that Ellie. Yeah, that William. They reflect his bloodshot eyes. They reflect his hands, are clenched so tightly that veins bulge. Black icicles suddenly pierce through the mirrors and shatter parts of the protocol cluster. The protocol cluster doesn't regenerate. It resembles a cliff teetering on the edge, ready to collapse in on itself. Oh, so that was... that was our work. As the mirror's shards dissolve into black mist, the cold light intensifies and casts an ethereal glow. Determined, Zayne thrusts the ice blade towards the human figure. Zayne. The ice blade stops and his pupils contract. It's her. But she can't possibly be here. They're your patients. How could you? Am I next? You'll kill me, right? No, you're not Zayne. Who are you? It's the face he knows so well in this unspeakable nightmare. Her expression is filled with disbelief and pain. Yes, it is. So when that happened with MC earlier, that we saw in the Timelock, I'm guessing he was briefly Dawnbreaker when that happened? The first time? Zayne, kill me. Black ice flowers bloom from her chest, the petals unfurling. She's as light as a piece of paper, separated from light weight. Yet she falls with almost a foot in his stiff embrace. Yeah, that's what the It's basically mirrored. Yeah. Dawnbreaker's world, yeah. Buzzing engulfs his ears, and once again he's pulled into the depths of a never-ending nightmare. While he knows it's an illusion, he can't break free. At that moment, the cracked protocol cluster pulsates with blood-red light. The air trembles around it. The massive shadow before him breaks along with the other protocol cluster. The illusion in his arms changes again, but he doesn't look up. He only clenches his fist.
It's time to end this.
The cold gleam flickers. The pure black ice crystals surge beneath him. They freeze every figure that lurks within the shadows. The darkness is suppressed and his surroundings change. Foggy, a blurry figure gradually emerges from the cracks in the space. Zayne conjures black ice and takes aim. However, his body becomes immobile, as if he's frozen in space.
You shouldn't throw yourself into danger just for her.
Who?
His entire body becomes encased in ice. Black crystals pierce his chest and spread to his fingers. So I think we saw this in the Timelock as well, didn't we? The intense pain leaves Zayne's back drenched in sweat. He's unable to control his body as he collapses. His heart races in fear as he hears that cold voice.
Seek your destiny. Only then can you be redeemed.
I love that a lot of stuff kind of throwing back that Timelock today. It was a good day for us to review it all, I think. Who was that voice indeed? I mean, it seems connected to Astra, because they were talking about his destiny. As the protocol cluster shatters, a distant tremor ripples through the air. The space around me transforms into mist and moonlight shines down. Then the fog dissipates. I can feel the ground beneath my feet. I cautiously assess my surroundings and see I'm in a garden at the back of the hospital. Something's not right. This is Lincoln Oxo's hospital, but we should be in Chancia. My heartbeat quickens and sense of foreboding washes over me. Holding my gun, I push open the door that leads to the hospital. Behind the door, a white mist emerges. When it cleared, I noticed I was back at Zayne's place. By the couch, someone was lying on the floor with their back to me. Zayne?
Be careful. We haven't escaped this dream.
A dream within a dream.
There are 2 layers, and the Wanderer is still here.
I rush over to Zayne and help him up. He weakly presses a hand against his left shoulder. His expression alone shows how much pain he's in. The ice then clenches his left hand and moves away from my hand.
Yes. It's dangerous. Don't touch. It's too dangerous. I won't be able to control. Leave. Now.
A sudden voice in my head gives me pause. Despite the warning, I lean in to inspect his injury, feeling my heart sink with each passing moment. There is no visible external injuries on his body, yet a blackened eye spreads across his wrist and neck. It doesn't seem like it'll disappear anytime soon. So, both in this chapter for him and the chapter we saw last week, which comes after this, there's a lot of suffering for poor Zayne, isn't there? He doesn't seem to be able to catch a break. I don't think you're just losing control of your evil. Let me see if I can help.
Don't worry. I'm fine. It was just...
It doesn't look like you're fine. He's got a massive cut on his hand as well.
Don't waste your time on me. We can still go after her.
Focus on taking care of yourself first. From now on, you listen to me. It doesn't matter if it's related to health or not. There's no use in resisting. If I were you, I'd just listen and follow along. I'll help you suppress your evil at first. Sorry, move so fast that.
A little lower.
Might have to pause it when she talks. You might be more familiar with what happens in dreams, but I'm an expert on dealing with wanderers. Ah! It goes so fast. Basically, don't rush yourself.
I would hope so.
Why is it going so
I
fast?
know how this nightmare ends. Wanderers aren't the only threat here. When push comes to shove, leaving me behind might be for the best.
Oh, don't talk like that. Is it this button? Oh, yeah. It does seem a bit of a bug how fast it goes, though. Yeah, I've seen other people complain about it as well. Oh, I gotta hold on to it. Fumbling. I always keep my word. What else do you need me to do?
If I do something that ends up hurting you, don't go easy on me.
Oh. Didn't you agree that you'll do whatever I say? Yeah, it's very bad. Yeah, long timing, yeah. Yeah, other than that, there's not too many. You know, I didn't get the bug with everybody in the dresses. I didn't get that. I was slightly disappointed. But I've also seen someone had a bug where, like, they could see the inside of MC's eyes in the cafe. Like, she was a little too forward. So they could just see that. It was terrifying. Well, here's my first order. You're not allowed to talk like that anymore. Wait, this is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Be careful.
What happened?
You saw one recently where Xavier had no textures on him. Oh no. Like a bit like an Event Horizon bug. Yeah.
Letting you step into this nightmare.
Oh, why is this
Perhaps was
feeling
another mistake.
very like reminiscent of what happened in the previous banner we watched last week, isn't it? Oh, like kind of, but it happened in the real world. Maybe this was somewhat of a warning. They just didn't realize it at the time.
At least I have one last choice.
As I gather my thoughts, the weary face before me momentarily merges with blurry images of Zayne. My fragmented memories, but immediately separate. No, this is it's all happening in the nightmare. It's just, you know, similar, I feel like a similar situation sort of happens later on. In the new story brand. Where Dawnbreaker ends up hurting MC. In a sense, this feels like it was somewhat foreboding, you know, about that, maybe. Foreshadowing, sorry, about that. Wait, when was I pulled into the protofield? I was attacked by that wanderer and I lost consciousness. The wound should be on my body, but it's gone. I give Zayne an inquisitive look. I want answers, but he averts his gaze instead. Oh, sorry, Ellie. No, sorry, I thought you'd seen some of it. Zayne, what did you do while I was unconscious? Is this why you're losing control of your evil? Yeah, the banner will fill in the context. His silence confirms my suspicions. I lower my head and my hand that rests on him tightens. Before the worry and guilt in my heart coalesce into coherent words, they disappear because of Zayne's presence. Yeah, basically, yeah. To be fair, I think he was probably the only one who could do it because it's his nightmare. He lowers his head and his chin rests on the top of my head. Like, while we aided Xavier, he still had to take initiative to get out of it, too. In, the previous story we read today.
You're my hunter escort, correct? Protecting you was protecting myself. And after subjecting you to a distressing dream, ensuring you can leave safely is the least I should do.
Why are you making it sound like you dragged me through hell and back? I suppose that dream kind of is like hell to him, though, isn't it? Your dream didn't hurt me, the mist is exploiting it.
What if the Wanderer wasn't the only source of danger?
This is where he starts to get worried about himself
and
more.
Oppressive this dream is. As you said, it's not exactly being nice to me. Perhaps the dream itself is the real threat here.
Zayne talks a little slower, enunciating each word with a gentle tone, as if he's trying to calm down his shimmering inner turmoil. I realized something. After we entered the proto-field that's based on Zayne's dream, he's been acting more hesitant. Could it be... This nightmare's more than just a dream to you, right? I sense his hand subtly move, a testament to its master's emotions that are always restrained.
A dream remains a dream so long as you wake up from it. But when that day comes, when I can't wake up...
Are you worried you'll be trapped in your dreams, or that your dreams will encroach on reality? If that day ever comes. Ooh, okay, number 1. What do you want to say, chat? 1 or 2? I'll wait for you, or I'll find you in your dream. What do we say, chat? I'll find you. Reassuring. Reassure him a bit. Even if the world falls into chaos and everything turns upside down, I'll never forget who I am, and I won't forget who you are. By then, I'll find you in your dreams, real you. The Renaissance light quickly flows through my fingers as if to make a not-so-solemn promise in a calm voice. Zayne's breath hitches, as if it's suspended in the air for a while. Then he exhales, his breath carrying the weight of unspoken sentiment. If all else fails, I'll bury you in the body of a snowman. You'll be a super big snowman. That's kind of a horrific image.
What?
Right? Sometimes she says the darndest things, and I'm like, girl. Excuse me. I close my eyes and banish the myriad of questions and worries from my... I know he's got a bunch of questions. If you can't deal with it by yourself, then we'll face it together. I'm the best there is, so I'm sure I can lend a hand.
I see your problem-solving skills are more on the straightforward, brutal side.
Apparently.
Should we consider this a side effect of you becoming stronger?
It's called having the freedom that comes with power. All the black ice has disappeared. How are you feeling? Does it still hurt? I look up and meet Zayne's gaze. It seems he's been observing me for a while.
It doesn't hurt anymore.
Don't? Just I'm about to tell Zayne not to lie again. He turns over my hand. A sliver of glimmering icy light appears in my palm. He takes back his hand and 2 chubby little ice seals tumble into my hand.
You get 2. As an escort, you are very professional while on the job. This is your reward, since I have nothing else to give you. Do you trust me now?
From where I am, light and shadows dance upon his features. They accentuate the mirth in his eyes. He's telling me not to push myself, but you need to stop disregarding your own safety. Yeah, it's like he was just trapped in Dawnbreaker's nightmare, basically, yeah. This is one of those weird moments where he looks like Dawnbreaker, but it's actually Zayne. He nods. I clenched my hand to reach out to him. I help him stand on his feet as I get up. Like, when he is Dawnbreaker. His expression is very stern and cold, and the VA does a really good job at differentiating the vocal tone between the two as well, I feel. Which you'll see in the new story banner, Ellie. Yeah, I think the first playthrough can be a bit confusing, can't it? Yeah, like after coming in through from last week's story update as well, I understand this more now, like everything's kind of coming together. You said the dream has 2 layers. Are we in the outer one because we broke the inner? Zayne doesn't refute my statement. He turns around and walks ahead to open the door. We step out to be greeted by the night breeze. We retrace our steps through the corridor and return to the hospital garden, which feels familiar yet strange.
A mutated wanderer's protofield defies normal logic. It could be hiding anywhere.
Outside the hospital, skyscrapers rise like towering concrete trees in a forest. Meanwhile, the rest of the city stands in eerie silence. I can use my evil to return to the protofield, to its original state.
Negative consequences born from mistakes don't need to be fixed.
The sky swiftly darkens as if time itself has been accelerated.
We have no choice but to destroy this place.
Wait, you're evil. We'll do this together.
Are you ready?
So they gotta fight a wanderer now. Black snowflake drift from our interlocked fingers. The night wind momentarily suspends before swirling into a frenzied flurry once more. Underneath our feet, a vast expanse of ice crystals blossom. The ground, the buildings, and even the particles floating in the air were all ensnared in a swift spread of the chilling night, wrapped in its icy embrace. In an instant, the entire world flows into black amber. A rift violently tears through the fabric of space. If the wanderer can't hide anymore, it screeches and reveals its true form. There it is. Let's go. Zayne's coat flutters wildly in the wind amidst the nightmarish darkness. An icy glimmer materializes in his hand.
Let's end this before the breaking dawn arrives.
Almost sounds like a catchphrase, that, doesn't it? For asserting someone. That's when they fight. We're just skipping the battle today. Once the final battle blow is dealt, the wanderer, an intense tremor surges from the depths of my heart. But the resonance is unmistakably this time. It's akin to gentle waves brimming with power. A light warm glow descends into my palm. Is this Panthea Hospital? The breaking dawn's light streams in through the window. In the silent corridor, the air carries a faint scent of disinfectant. Have we returned? Zayne?
I'm here.
Looks like we're back in the hospital now. There we go. As my hand is tenderly squeezed, I turn my head and Zayne is next to me. Wait, I need to double check. Are we still in the pro field or are we in reality? Turn around first. You're so hesitant. And turn back now. But... Yes, I'm sure she yelled that at him. For his expression, he has a bit of helplessness. Zayne still complies.
Are you double-checking or making me play a game of turnaround?
Both. I'm confirming that Dr. Zayne is the person with me right now. A burst of laughter erupts from deep within me, but in the very next second I collapse onto the ground. His arms immediately extend to steady me.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. I reach out, but stop once I realize I'm holding something. I open my hand and see a protocol fragment. It emits a faint green glow. A fragment of the ether core. At least our effort wasn't for nothing.
Back. Dr. Zayne.
Captain Willow and the others rush over from the opposite end of the corridor. Their expressions reflect a mixture of relief, joy, and concern.
Are you two okay? You're not hurt, are you? It's been 3 whole days.
Oh, 3 days.
Since you were trapped in that wanderer's proto field. Everyone's been worried sick.
From Captain Willow, I learned it has been exactly 3 days have passed since we entered the peculiar protofield. The patient has been relocated to a secure ward and is now out of danger following resuscitation. During this time, the entire hospital was being protected by the Transia City Hunters, who carried out a thorough investigation.
By the way, we discovered a strange device while investigating the ICU.
Oh. Speaking in a quieter tone, she gives me a sealed, transparent
We
bag.
found it hidden inside a flux stabilizer that was sitting in a corner. Ever since that incident happened in the ER, the hospital's flux stabilizers have been examined or replaced.
So only recently did someone tamper with one of them. And our, mysterious Dr. Weirdo was lurking around earlier. I take the sealed bag and show a grateful smile. I'll ask the association to conduct an investigation. Right? Suspect number 1. Always uninvited. I open the door to Zayne's home. It's quiet. Oh, he has a nice home. Zayne? From butt to that butt. I tiptoe into the living room. He's peacefully sleeping on the couch. The curtains gently flutter in the warm breeze. Light and shadows glide from his nose to his chin. Is he sleeping or... Move closer, place my hand over his chest. Phew, he's just sleeping. He's just like checking if he's still alive. He must be exhausted. Approaching Zayne, I kneel down to be at eye level with him. I carefully cover him with a blanket that was draped around the couch. The tension on his furrowed brow dissipates. His breathing steady, his expression is serene and relaxed. Look at his face. The thoughts in my mind are racing as I reflect the whirlwind of events that have unfolded recently. Is he somehow getting a peaceful night's sleep? I can finally rest. My watch vibrates. I leave the living room and answer Simone's call. Because yeah, he said he hasn't been able to sleep for a couple of days, right?
The preliminary analysis results are out for the thing you brought back.
Tell me.
It has an intricate structure. Took me a while to disassemble it. I found a radio frequency chip that resonates with metaflux fluctuations. Basically, it's an energy transmitter. It can locate protocores and even attract wanderers via fluctuations.
A wanderer attracting transmitter. As I recall what had happened, one figure stands out as most suspicious. Carter. He just showed up before and after the patient displayed abnormalities. I share my suspicions with Simone. She then poses her own question.
The complexity of this small device is far beyond his understanding, and even Xander Sciences. It exhibits highly advanced protocore technology. Xander Sciences is a medical institution. There's no way they could possess protocore tech that rivals the associations, right?
So what are you thinking?
After the founder of Xander Sciences, Raymond, passed away, the company's future was uncertain. Only recently was it acquired by a well-known group. Its biggest shareholder right now should be... Ever.
Ever. Yeah, of course. It's at that moment, the fragmented pieces of information in my mind gradually lock into place and form a cohesive image. Carter mentioned that the patient at Chancer Hospital had been undergoing long-term treatment at Xander Sciences. Raymond, the founder of Xander Sciences, was in a similar situation. If the peculiar crystals in the operating room and the monsters in the N109 zone come from the same sources, that means Ever is creating monsters. Once again, Zayne finds himself chasing after that familiar figure. Oh. Under radiant sunlight, cicadas chirp in the background while the pristine, azure sky stretches as far as the eye can see. The sun sits on the edge of the city's high-rise buildings. I imagine the cicadas are probably pretty loud, over in China as well. In Japan and Korea, they're really loud, but they sound slightly different. Like, sometimes, in summer here, you can hear them sort of sitting in the tree outside the window, and even if the window's closed, it sounds like they're inside with you. It's awful. I don't like cicadas. The girl turns to him. She smiles. At least he's caught up to her. I hope he's having a nice dream. He holds out his hand to the girl, and she firmly grasps it. No, it's not a nice dream! Yeah, the two find themselves tumbling back into the seemingly endless corridor. Black crystals emerge from his palm. They enroach the girl. The sunlight is engulfed by darkness once more. Can this man just have a peaceful night's sleep for a while? No. So, up next, we've got... How long is Raphael? Pretty long, right? I think we might have to save that for next week. So, we've got Raphael and Xavier's storylines for next week before we can get to Caleb. So, it's probably another week until we can get to Caleb's, I think. I forgot how long these were. Ooh. So, we'll be exploring their story branches next time. And probably... Oh, I'm actually not sure. How long does the new event last? I could always record it if we miss it. Oh, where's it gone? 8 days. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe we can. I think we can probably catch the chapters before the event finishes. What date is it now? Oh, yeah, we're fine. So, these unlock when? Oh, stage 4 unlocks. Oh, it doesn't say when this unlocks, though. But yeah, I think next week we'll be able to check out the other stories associated with this then, probably on the Tuesday. I like how even chibi Xavier keeps falling asleep. I really enjoyed the minigame though. It was fun. I look forward to doing more. They're so cute.
Huh?
You get to make your own Ellie when it goes live for you. Your own little chibi. Everyone, so when you guys get it, I want show me your chibis in the Discord. Yeah, I really want to see them. Because we can add like our custom hairstyles to them and everything. Oh goodness. All right, everyone. We're gonna wrap it up here for now. We got through a fair amount of the story today that tied in quite nicely with the Timelock event that we revisited. And we also did the first day of Wild Wander. It was a lot of fun playing the new minigame. And made our cute little chibi. So we're gonna check back in with Wild Wander next week, probably on the Tuesday. And we're gonna do Raphael and Xavier's storylines for Prologue to tomorrow, which should set us up for Caleb's the week after. You're fighting the urge to poke chibi Xavier like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Yeah, I feel like it would be squishy like that, right? Oh, goodness. Yeah, they're adorable. I hope we get more events like this with the little kids. Because they're fun. Oh, goodness. So, next stream this week is on Friday. We will be continuing Expedition 33. We are going to the Paintress on Friday, so you don't want to miss it. We finally are able to break the barrier and go through and maybe meet her. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting because we've beaten the 2 Axons already. I'm very curious if CL can and Mael can just tag team the Paintress and just absolutely obliterate her like they did with the 2 Axions. CL just was dealing so much damage that she skipped phases. We barely had parry because she skipped the hardest part. She's so strong. No! Because we're only on... So there's 3... There's 3 acts and an epilogue. We're only on Act 2. So... That makes me think that the Paintress isn't the big bad. Though I've had that suspicion for a while since we met Renoir. So I don't think she's the big bad. I think there's more to it after that. Yeah. But I think we'll at least get quite a few questions answered by then. Our playthrough's been slow because we've been doing all the like extra content as well, so roughly it'll take us about 60 hours to get through it all, I think. 30 hours of main story content and 30 hours of side content. There's some content we can't do until we unlock our damage though. So we'll see if we can do that by the end of chapter 2 or not, because there's a lot of like bosses that have crazy amounts of health that, you know, unless you get the uncapped damage Pictos, you're gonna be there for 2 hours fighting them. Just, you know, parrying for 2 hours hundreds and hundreds of times, so yeah. There's quite a few side bosses we're waiting until we get that to go to. And Eski still needs the flying rock. He's still missing a rock, so there's a whole like upper area that we haven't been able to access yet. And underwater, I think, too, because he can't dive yet either. So there's 2 rocks missing. Which makes me think we're like halfway through the story, maybe. So we'll see. But it's going to be exciting on Friday, regardless. We're going to be doing the Lune cosplay as well. And then on Saturday, we've got more Oblivion for you. More Oblivion jank. As we continue that. We'll probably do a little bit more of the main story as well on Saturday too. As well. Maybe we'll even go to the arena. We haven't been to the arena yet. And then on Sunday, more Expedition 33. Love and Deepspace will likely continue on next Tuesday, I think. Yeah. So we can catch the tail end of this event before whatever they have planned for us next comes. Fingers crossed for a Raphael myth, though. Because there's some hints in game that are alluding towards us getting that. But we'll see. Oh, alright everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out once again. We're just absolutely smashing our tip goal already in the first stream this week. I appreciate it so much. If you haven't, you can follow me. We're on Twitter and Blue Sky, Munchkin Jesse on both platforms if you want to stay up to date with all the stream news. We're also on Discord if you want to hang out with the community and you haven't joined yet. Yeah, if you're playing this game, hop on into the Discord, show me your MC, show me your little chibi MC as well. I would absolutely love to see them. And yeah, have a great rest of your week. I will see you for our weekend streams. Where hopefully we won't have more heartbreak, but we likely will, so bring, you know, tissues, blankets, something to cuddle. Just in case. Because so far we've had heartbreak at the end of every act in Expedition 33. So I highly anticipate more. Right, I really enjoyed theory crafting with everyone today. It was fun. Yeah, so I really wanted us to look at the Timelock event together, especially today, because there was just so much revealed in that, and so many pieces that came together, especially with like Sylus' story, that just confirmed all the things we were expecting anyway. Yeah. Alright, everybody. I will see you on Friday. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much once again. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Oh, there'll be a YouTube short tomorrow, by the way, around like 5 PST as well. So, yeah, keep an eye out for that. Bye-bye.
Huh? Huh?